Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the FIDE World Team Championship. I'm joined in the studio by Viswanathan and Anand. Vishy, I didn't even know, like we were discussing this, how am I supposed to present you? A legend, because I had a look at your games, like I've seen them all, but also the titles, and I think that you won everything which is possible to win, I think, because compared to the other champions, you won every format.
That's true. I've won a title in all the different formats, the knockout, tournament, match, and...
So if you're looking at you as an athlete, not just a chess player, like an alchemist looking for the absolute truth, I think that, well, what is left for you to win? Because here we are at the World Team Championships, I think that you're missing a medal in a team event.
That's true. India has won a couple of medals in the Olympiad, but not with me.
So does it mean that you are going to compete?
I do compete. But
no, I mean,
not in the... I'm not going to play the Olympiads.
The Olympiads, okay, because that was my question, of course. So, as you might understand, she is not playing for the Indian team here, because there are 12 strongest team of the world are playing in this event. We will explain to you a little bit more about the format. So, we have... a very different format this year. This is the playing hall, and as you can see, there are 4 boards this time with 2 reserves. And first of all, the time control, 45 minutes plus 10 seconds, so this is considered as a rapid event.
I like it. It's if you're used to the rapid as something about 25 plus an increment or anything shorter than that, I think this is nice. It doesn't go much longer, but they will have a lot of time to think. So a lot of the, I would say, rapid openings that you have might not be prudent here.
What do you think? How the players should manage their time here? Because they should not fall asleep in the opening, even if they have to solve a few problems. So. Okay, the handshake, and
off we go.
Yes, we have the Indian team, which is Israeli, which is facing against Israeli team. So, how many Indian players are your students, Visha? First of all,
there are 8 of them in the academy.
Okay.
So these are the main students that we focus on, and. Generally, since we have a lot of classes going on and so on, I invite a lot of others to benefit as well, because you don't lose anything. So a lot of strong players that, you can't put them in the main group, but we work with them. And
how many
are here?
Yes, are here.
It's only Nihal.
Only Nihal, yes, because I think that a few players, they're engaged in another tournament. Actually, we live in a very different time, because before players didn't have so much choice, but now, 2 of your students, I think, who's like Prague, yes, and who is the second one, who's playing in Melwater Champions Tour?
Prague and Arjun.
Yes, and Arjun, yes.
So it's quite funny. Prague, of course, is in San Francisco. But Arjun was home in India. So just like Shakhriyar, who seems to be on the lineup here, even though he played in this tournament online. So it's bizarre. Some people are there, some are playing online, and these mixed events are becoming very common. Just like it happened in the global event as well. Some players were in Toronto, some were in Belgrade, and they were playing like that.
Yes, those
we live in a totally new world.
Yes, those are the hybrid events, but there is also Anish Giri, who is in the lineup for the Netherlands, but who is also playing, I think, in San Francisco. So there are speculations whether he will come with Shakhriyar, and they will start this event from the last day.
Exactly. So they've kept the option of coming a day late and joining the team. The team can manage 1 or 2 rounds without them, and so we'll see.
So So we have 12 teams here. I wanted to explain to you how were they selected, because it's very interesting to our viewers to know, okay, how do you select the teams? So you first take the four teams from the continents. They represented continents Africa, America, Asia, and Europe. But you take the best teams on their average from the rapid rating. Like so on the
okay.
Yes, that's why the ratings which we will see very soon on your screens, those are the rapid ratings. Then you have the 5 best teams from the average also on the rapid rating list. There are 2 teams which are nominated by the FIDE president, and you have 1 host country. So Israel, yes, which is represented here. So they're right now on your screen. And of course, I prepared a small phrase in Hebrew because the audience is huge in Israel. So Shalom, Bruhim Habayim Haverai HaShachmatayim. And of course, we are here in Jerusalem, in one of the oldest cities, in the cradle of the civilization, in the holy city of Jerusalem. And the chess tradition in Israel is just simply incredible. They have so many events, leagues. Let's say even the World Team Championship is coming back to Israel for the 2nd time. The last time it was organized in Beersheba in 2005. So you see, and actually a little bit about the history of this event. The World Team Championship is not organized, well, for such a long time as the Olympiads. So the first event started in Lucerne in 1985. Yes. So who is going to win this event, Vichy? Let's have a look at the teams, at the lineups, and in a few moments we will have the pairings for you coming up, because our team is working, yes, on the graphics. And here we are.
Okay.
Group A.
Netherlands against Spain. You can see the individual boards. France versus Ukraine. South Africa against China.
And this thing, yes. The thing is, first of all, who is the top seed in this event? This is France, because they're taking also the average in the rapid games. And of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave doesn't need, the presentation. He is the world blitz champion. He's extremely strong in rapid. And actually, all these players, they excel in each discipline, like classical games. So you might not know, like Gary Montigran, but he was also a French champion, and he is very strong in rapid. So that also explains the selection. For example, for the French team, the Netherlands have 2 brothers playing on the first 2 boards. Of course, one for is Jordan and one for is Lucas. And actually, when I was looking at the history of their family, this is simply incredible, because both of them were Dutch champions, of course. But, way before them, their great-great-grandfather, they won the Dutch championship in 1889. And another, the uncle, the great-great-grandfather, the brother of the Arnold van Forest, he won already in 1885. So what a chess tradition.
That's unbelievable. And it's been transmitted through the generations.
Of course.
So every generation goes back and does it. So they not only do they have history, but they still continue. I mean, Jordan is one of the top players in the world. Lucas, very strong player, as many opponents have found out. And and they have a sister as well.
Yes, they have a sister, and actually I think there are 5 siblings, and all of them play chess. And they're keeping the flag of their family, very high. So now you have the Spanish team in front of you, playing against the Dutch.
Yeah, Jordan's game.
So who is the favorite in this match? What do you think?
I would probably lean slightly to Spain, but they seem fair, more or less evenly balanced. I would assume the Spaniards are slightly higher rated.
Yes, they're slightly higher rated, but you were talking, I think that this tournament, and especially the time control, also favors, the younger generation. I would think. I think that the Dutch team is very young, and the Spanish team has a very experienced player, Alexei Shirov, in their lineup, and you played a match against him.
That's right.
Like in a galaxy far, far away. So.
Yeah, it was so long ago, and I've seen Alexei many times recently, and we almost wonder, are we the same people? Because so many years have passed. But it's true. He's famous for, in chess, he's famous for creating fire on the board. This is the title of his book as well. And some of his recent games still sparkle, though the computer tries its best to stop us doing these things. Alexa still pulls it off once in a while.
In this group, you also have the South African team. You know, they have 4 players, and actually, you don't have to be fooled because all of them are quite experienced, and you even have like the only South African grandmasters. You know, so here you have them, and well, I think it's a very important part of this event that, well, you have those national heroes who are competing against the strongest team in the world. So right now they're facing the Chinese team. Well, they didn't send their like Olympic team. What do you think, Vishy? Why is that?
I don't know. They didn't even send a team to India, for instance. And one can only speculate why. Some of the explanations I've heard have a lot to do with COVID, some of it to do with finance. And it's true that China has participated less in world chess over the last 2 years than before. Clearly, their country mustn't be in a slightly different situation. I don't know. Also with
yes, so
with Ding Liren and so on. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to train for the
match,
coming match and so on. Or maybe he's planning his schedule accordingly. That's all I'm saying.
So Kenny Solomon is the South African GM, you know, playing on the first board. Well, we will have a look at we'll dive into the games a little bit later. Let's have a look at the pairings of the Group B. I think they are prepared as well.
Here we are.
So we have India against Israel.
Poland against the United States, and Azerbaijan against Uzbekistan.
Vishy, I have one question about the Indian team. Well, I've searched, you know, Gukesh is not playing anywhere. So why is he's not here?
I don't know why he's not here. He will play in Kolkata.
Okay.
And I know that he's getting ready for his big event in Tata Steel next year. So I can say.
Okay, so
so maybe he's also doing his scheduling. Because December will be a difficult month. He'll play, well, he'll start off with Calcutta, which goes into first week of December. And then he will play in Kazakhstan World Rapid and Blitz as well. So maybe he's just pacing himself for that.
So yeah, I understand, because that's the modern era of chess, because professional chess players, they have so many tournaments right now, and those are the online events and over the board events. So, well, you have different priorities, you have to choose. But nevertheless, the Indian team is incredibly strong. Don't be mistaken, also those are the rapid ratings. Sometimes they might not reflect the reality, you know, and the strengths of the lineup.
One of the things that I can point out is the rapid ratings have never reflected reality as much as right now. Because we had this bizarre situation a couple of months ago, which is that you could have a classical rating 2600, 2700, like Pragnananda is in that range, and his rapid rating was 2100.
Because he didn't play that
didn't
many
play much,
yes.
But even when he started playing, I thought he must have climbed up very fast, but it just crawls up, obviously, because the hundreds to catch up, you know, nothing. And recently, as of October 1st, none of your ratings can be more than 100 points below the highest one. I think anyway, the Blitz and Rapid will be at least 100 points below your classical rating, but they can be higher, of course.
Yes, this was a very important reform.
It's a very important reform because, I mean, it's not even that some of these players were bad in rapid chess; they just hadn't played enough.
Of course.
So.
It's also, it depends. Like I've noticed that I've played a few bad events, and then the formula is not exactly the same. So you lose more points, when you're having one bad event, bad rapid event. So Poland is missing one of their top players, their top player,
Duda, who is playing in San Francisco, but is not in San Francisco. So he is playing from home in Poland, but. So, I mean, he could have come, but he wants to focus on that.
And then we have another very strong team, Azerbaijan, who is facing Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, well, what do we call them? The young guns, yes? They just won the chess Olympiad. This was an absolutely stunning achievement, and this team is probably the youngest in the event, and they are facing one of the most, I think, experienced teams, because you have Shakhriyar Mamedov, you have Rajabov Timur, you have Rauf Mamedov,
all very experienced,
and
all veterans, yeah.
Yes,
that's right. Yes, Uzbekistan was the great revelation, if you like, of the Chess Olympiad in Chennai. I mean, who could have predicted that? I mean, I told everyone I spoke to, the US team is the odds-on favorite. Everything else is up for discussion, and the US team wasn't. Anyway, the India B team, which is composed mainly of juniors, and the Uzbekistan team, also all junior team, took it all the way. So
they swept them away.
That's right, swept them away first, and.
So let's have a look at the games. Yes. So I think what is like both opponents are not present at the board. What is happening? This is
well. Normally, what happens is one person gets up and he's not back yet before the other one has left, but. It is unusual. This is MVL versus Vasily.
Yes. And one very interesting fact before we start analyzing this game between Maxim Shelagov and Vasily Ivanchuk, that I had a look at the database. Vasil haven't played much, especially since the beginning of the pandemics, and I could only find 2 over-the-board games, which he played just recently in the Bundesliga. So this is his first event. Vasil is just coming to the board, like in almost 3 years. I think the last Open he played was Gibraltar.
Yes, he did not play at all during the pandemic. Which he shared with most people, admittedly, but some were able to play within their continent. So Europeans were able to play within Europe, even if they couldn't travel anywhere else. Nobody else could, and so on. But Vasily, what I heard is he didn't leave his hometown for quite some time. I mean, he didn't leave his residence for most of the pandemic. And I saw him playing a bit online. And he played in... Oh, no, he's going to play in Sitges this year, but yes. I don't think he played that last year. I thought he played somewhere, but if you're telling me it was only Bundesliga, then
yes.
Yeah.
And well, he lost actually one game against his compatriot, Pavel Elyanov, who is not in the team this year. So this will be a very important test for him. Vasily Ivanchuk actually was leading the Ukrainian team the Olympiads and the World Team Champions so many times. I lost count, and I had a quick chat with the French team at lunch today. So I just wanted to know what are the statistics. I know that the Ukrainian team is a very uncomfortable opponent for them, like not only for them, but like for many teams. But I think they managed to win only one match against the Ukrainian team. So even though, yes, the French team is the top seed in this event, this is an important test also for them.
I vaguely recall at least one game between MVL and Vasily where Vasily pulled off a masterpiece. The Ukrainian team, you're saying it's almost announced Gegner against France, the
yes.
nightmare opponent.
Yes.
It's possible. Armenia is the team more likely to shock everyone, and they are the ones who keep on winning the Olympiad despite, or finishing well in the Olympiad despite their lower average rating. But Ukraine has many good results because
yes.
they're also clearly a good, well-balanced team. When they're playing in full strength, we've got Vasily, Pavel, Korobov, and now maybe Shevchenko will be the fourth.
Yes, Kirill Shevchenko, of course.
That's a pretty You see that the clock is going already. Vasily has used up something like 12, a bit more maybe if you take the increment. Time does slip away. I think the problem is that you have to get into the groove of it being a rapid game. If you sit there thinking you have a lot of time to think, you might find yourself with only 15 minutes. So I'm sure by tomorrow people will have figured this out, but today they're still... I don't think this is a position to spend this much time. But
well,
it is.
You're a bit rusty, maybe, when you haven't played for such a long time. Even it's like after the pandemics, I had this feeling, touching the pieces, like the physical touch and the board, because we were looking at everything on the computers. You have to get used to it. And I was thinking about our opening ceremony, because today we were assisting at the opening ceremony for this championship, and we had an absolutely incredible performance by Lior Sushar, who is an Israeli mentalist, and I read that he presents himself as a mystifier who performs supernatural entertainment. Thinking the way chess goes, like, are we presenting the supernatural entertainment right now? I'm thinking like because the way people see chess players has changed, I think, over the years. So I think before it was a supernatural, power, skills, but now is it shifting more to the entertainment?
That's true. The thing is, we have been trying to make chess more accessible for a long time. There has always been this gulf between or rather this problem that in order to appreciate a game, you have to understand it. And that there's a gulf, sort of a gap between where someone who doesn't understand the game cannot understand what is exciting, what is interesting about it. One of the obvious solutions is commentary, but I feel that over the last few years, a lot of things have connected. Internet access, the ability to live stream these things with commentary. Hopefully we are making this, or will make this more understandable. And
more poetic.
during the pandemic, of course, it exploded. These trends kind of coincided. It was a nice bonus. We caught Maxime yawning.
Yes, we caught him. He was yawning. Yes, of course. And there's so many actors also, because before there were chess players, and of course, like commentary were done in a different way. But now you have chess streamers, you have teachers, you have people who popularize chess in schools. It's a real renaissance, and it's still going. It's not just an epiphenomenon. It didn't stop like after the pandemics. I feel that this interest is really genuine.
Yes. I have a suspicion that the interest predates it, but because there was a barrier, a lot of people never got... It's like one of these things that you mean to do but never got around to doing. And what we succeeded in during the pandemic is a lot of people who had this hibernating desire to play chess. Like many good things, people just think, I'd like to get back one day. I played chess a bit as a kid. I would like to get back to it. And suddenly chess turned out to be ready as well. It was brilliant. The streamers, they had been practicing already, if you like, for this pandemic, which they couldn't have anticipated for 3-4 years before that. But when it happened, they were ready. And clearly we have to mention the Queen's Gambit, which was a very, very big...
It's like a huge
we've been
trigger.
mentioning it for the last 3 or 4 years, 3 years now,
Yeah.
but I can repeat it now. It was a huge trigger. It got chess into the central attention, and that has helped. So
let's have a look. Yes?
yes, finally,
What
let's
is
have a look at some
happening?
games. Yeah,
What is happening?
We've been
telling stories because I was thinking, why sport is so enchanting, especially for me. That not only you have these results, performances, but you have a lot of stories about the athletes, their life. The storytelling is very important. So we were telling a lot of stories. Let's have a look at the games.
Yes. I know that more moves have happened, so I'm just going to wait for this to catch up.
Maybe we should have a look at...
or maybe refresh the page or something?
Yes, let's... and we will have the board also on
but
our
even
screen.
This has happened a bit more.
So we have a small delay. Yes?
Should we refresh the page?
Let's
No.
refresh. And
No, but
let's-
that's flipboard. Hang on a second. Where is refresh?
Don't make everything disappear. This will be a really supernatural entertainment.
Yeah.
And we'll have to call back our presenter, our
Yeah.
host for the opening ceremony.
Well, that should be even more exciting when we find
Were you
when we catch
impressed?
up with what moves have happened.
Yes. Were you impressed by the performance that you have seen today?
Yes, and I've experienced a mentalist once before. And I've had people do amazing things to me. Once at the chess Oscar, there was a magician. And, but I felt that at least, even if I didn't get what he was doing, I knew how it was possible. So I'll tell you, he came, he was chit-chatting with me. And at the end of the conversation, he gave me back my watch. He made me put my hand up like this. He said, can I see your sleeve or can I touch your fingers or something? But it was not obvious how he could slip his hand in, pull my watch out, take it and give it to me at the end. That was a shock. But this mentalist, he kept telling me what I was thinking, and that just drove me insane because I had no idea how he could be doing it. He would ask me to think of a number, and I would try to come up with some strange number, 71, it's a prime
42.
number or something, some bizarre number, and then go from there and try to throw him off. Because I thought maybe what he's doing is everybody tends to think of 7, everybody thinks of nice numbers, and we don't go for the unusual ones. But nope, each time they got me. And it bugged me. And today, again, and all his, I don't want to call them tricks, but all his routines were brilliant.
So they were mesmerizing. Yes,
they were
today.
mesmerizing. I mean, you enjoy watching it. You understand it's either it's very good human understanding, there's a bit of psychology. You know that that's all it is. But I was blown away. It was very nice. Incidentally, why can't they play chess? They could just tell me your next move. I mean, let me read your next move off your head, and then they can just go with that. No, they still have to play.
I think this was done by Turkish automat. I think we have the historical precedent. So, well, actually,
Right.
who was winning a lot of games at the time.
That's right. That's
so,
true.
Of course.
But anyway, it was incredibly entertaining.
So there is a kid in you still, sitting there, waiting to be, amazed.
Absolutely.
I think that we have the games right now, or not yet. This
My
is
page
all we
isn't
have?
my
Yes.
page isn't loading fully yet. Now it's getting better, but for instance, this one hasn't. I mean, I saw Castle's Bishop D3 at the board like 10 minutes ago, so
Okay, so
this has gone up.
I have another hypothesis actually about what you
I think
haven't
Queen A5 has happened as well.
haven't
Yeah,
won
yeah.
yet, because I was thinking about the tournaments, but now that you're then doing the commentary job, and you mentioned the chess Oscars, you should go for the Oscars, it's like Bollywood is waiting for you, you're doing the commentary. job.
Those Oscars.
Yes,
well,
those Oscars.
that would be tricky. But
How have you been commentating for a while now already, or this is?
this is the second one where I'm
event.
actually at the event. I mean, I did the World Championship with Anand. You were supposed to be there.
Yes, of course.
And then afterwards, I did some guest commentary in Bale, but of course, that's nothing new. It's quite common that when people are talking, they ask you to drop in. And that I've done multiple times in the past.
So this is your
But
second live
my
event.
second live event, if you like, yeah.
We will check if you've improved. How is your dramatic performance so far?
And in 1988, in the Brussels Swift tournament, I was co-commentator with Mikhail Tal,
Oh,
which is, for me, it was a huge honor then. And I mean, it was great to be at this fantastic tournament. But anyway, let's say after that, I took a 30-year break from commentary. So.
I mean, I'm keeping the perfect poker face, It's like, but for me, this is also inside, I'm like, Viswanathan. So let's concentrate
Ah,
on the
okay.
games.
So
Yes. Okay, now we have the opening. So I have to get back to my grandmaster role, so I will ask.
Sure. Where shall we start? You want to do Vasily?
So top seed, yes. Let's have a look at the game between Maxim Vashilograd and Vasily Ivanchuk. A5.
That's interesting. It kind of fits in. I wondered if, for a second, if Vasily had actually lost. If Maxim had actually gone to A4 to provoke knight B6. But it's more of a problem when the bishop is over here, because then it can capture this and double the b-pawns. Here I don't see any way to exploit this, so it's quite nice for black that he got an f5. I'm trying to wonder what's the evaluation for white. One idea is to play a4. That clearly should work. Another could be knight c4. Now that you've committed f5, maybe knight c4 could work.
It's not very often that you have this plan with the 5 in Ruy Lopez. Very often, black is opting for the same idea in the Italian. How did they get to this position?
Yeah, but it's not really a Ruy Lopez, because it's kind of wandered off the script of a Ruy Lopez. It's these newer lines with the d3, which I don't know. There's some kind of a hybrid thing. They go d3 instead of rook e1 and then c3 knight b2. So it looks closer to an Italian.
Yes.
In style. Style. And okay, so Maxim's idea was just to play a4. And
but is this a new idea to play knight d7, knight b6, or this has been played already recently? Because I like this maneuver very much for black.
I must admit,
even though
it's nice to play f5. People do play knight e8 to play f5, or they go king g8, king h8, knight g8 to play f5. And so f5 is clearly desirable. It takes the pressure off d4, because white will not play d4 now without being happy with an isolated pawn.
Even though the knight on b6 is not very stable, of course.
Yes, I think Maxim is probably just going to try to point out that the space on the queen side, and potentially this knight later in the game should be going for that square. Probably a maneuver like this, and try to come to d5, but much later. I'll play if I kick your knight, move it around. The more important problem is right now, if a5, the knight has to go to a bad square from where it just came. So are you going to play bishop e6, or are you going to capture on e4? Let me just get rid of these.
What would be the most natural reaction?
He has taken. So we see, where's that?
Okay, now it looks like Yanish, but a very strange Yanish with the knight on b6.
Yes.
Well, I don't think that I've ever seen this kind of structure lately. So what do you think?
I would say white is probably better after a5, knight d7.
Let's have a
Maybe it's true that I'm used with the bishop on e3.
Yes.
So it's on c1, and because the knight on d2 is defending the knight on f3, the bishop can't jump over the knight. So the bishop needs to be in this square. And how do you get in if white brings the rook here and try to rotate the knight like that? His pawns will get doubled. So right now, white's kind of has to disentangle. But structurally, I like white's position, because this b7, after a5, b7 could be weak.
Let's show
there are some tactics
on the board
over there.
a little bit. So let's continue for white. We play a5.
Okay, let's play
something like
a5.
knight d7. And how would you continue here, for example?
Maybe rook e1, bishop d3, just to play bishop e2, because I want to bring the thing here, because I want to free the knight to move to the square maybe. So I would try to rotate the bishop around.
I like this maneuver very much. It's not an easy move to see, actually, bishop d3, bishop b2.
So that would be one idea. One sec. Has he played? He has gone
Yes.
bishop d3. Oh, I just entered it as a plan, but okay. No,
I
he
think
played
he
h3.
played h3.
No. He's played h3, bishop h5.
Yes, bishop h5, of course.
Yeah, and now one other option is to play bishop b after this move, for
A5,
instance, to do this and simply put it on e6. It doesn't achieve anything, but it's there. It's sitting there further in.
Would you play at some point bishop g4, or you don't want to play this, for example, after bishop
I want to
c6?
keep the option, but I really don't see how I would get around to doing it. Okay, so let's get back to this position. This is the current board position. And how would you go about this? I mean, my default is to play a5, because otherwise what's the point of a4?
Of course.
And after that, I don't think knight c8 really makes any sense, so I go there.
But
What are some of the plans that white could go
at least
for here?
tactically, you know, that I think for our audience, it might seem also that black is fine, and they might develop an attack here.
Okay, so let's try to illustrate the problem for white. The bishop is pinning this knight. If this knight were to move here, I would do that and smash your pawn structure. You would have to take, and then you have these weaknesses, right?
And this is not the position to do this, because the computers have changed, you know, the way we think. So sometimes you can alter your structure, but here it's like it's a disaster.
I would agree with you that there might be a computer position where this is possible, but this is probably not it. So what black can try to do now is to overload it. He can threaten to play the bishop here. So if I made some random move, black could improve his bishop over here and threaten to capture the knight, which is defending this knight. I'm sorry, I'll try to remove some of the arrows and then we'll start again. So this knight is defending this knight, and so you target both of them. And
But it allows you also to exchange, this bishop,
which normally is weak, and it frees you up for other options. So this knight is then able to use this square to maybe come around. There's a bit of loosening. At this moment, there's a sort of traffic jam for black in these squares. So all these squares.
So Maxime went for
And I
rook
would...
e1. What do you think?
that's interesting.
Yeah, so he just allows
he's just
him
going...
to play bishop g5.
Has he played rook e1?
Yes, so the rook e1 is on the board. So bishop g5, is he intending to play g4?
Wow. Okay, let's have a bishop g5, because also we have stopped the queen going to e1. So we can't even undo this. What could Maxime's idea be? Am I now committed to playing g4?
Yeah, that's the only idea that I've seen. There is no way to stop bishop d2 and bishop f3. What do you do here?
Yes, but now perhaps what he's claiming, if you like, this word, is that white can use up this dark square, which was unavailable just 3 moves back, but suddenly due to all the changes. So perhaps not... there's a nice trick in the position, which if we do this, I can use the pin. I think we have to show that. But black can easily avoid this. Sorry. Knight g5. You could easily play queen f6, then it doesn't work, because you're threatening f2 first and so on. Rook e1. Bishop g5 is worth consideration. Also, king h8 is an equally plausible move. And asking white, how are you planning to disentangle? I mean, what is the point of rook e1? I'm going to wager that Maxime is willing to break his pawn structure, but now believes that if he can bring the knight to f5, he's managed to, and the knight will be overprotected by 2 pawns as well, so that should be quite nice for him. And that's what happens if king h8. And if instead of king h8 you go bishop g5, then I think we agreed with g4, because it's hard to believe that something else will work.
Okay, Vasil Ivanchuk is still thinking. Let's jump. We will try to have a look at the games, all the first boards first.
Okay, Van Forest. Let's look at Van Forest against Jaime something. Okay. That is interesting. I saw that it was a Ragozin, and this is the Ragozin variation. And I expected something routine like this, bishop f5, for instance, swapping the bishops. But
which once again is a standard idea in this opening, because you need to exchange the light square bishops, especially for black.
What Jaime has done is get his bishop back, and he's not committing his other pieces yet. So he's not yet developing these. So Jordan seems to have gone for all fairly typical plans. He goes here, then he goes rook f1 with the idea to break open with e4. Admittedly, you will have this isolated pawn afterwards, but you will also have a lot of play on the weak king side. So you went queen e7, which looks to me
it's a bit peculiar, no? Queen e7 here.
I have to admit, I would have played none of his moves so far. So, I mean, there are games you look at and you think, that's plausible, I can see myself doing it. I just don't see myself coming around to this plan. Even here, I don't know, would I have considered knight d7, but then e4 becomes very strong, and I think that was his problem. Because if you capture, then knight takes e4, and suddenly your queen doesn't have a very good square, and my bishop is ready to go here, and the queen and bishop will have a battery against that square. So there are some ideas that perhaps he was not comfortable with.
So he wanted to find a shelter for his queen on c7, maybe, and only then...
Yes. Also, the queen has to go back to e7 in order to play... hang on, I'll try to clear the arrows for you so that you can see the board before I put new ones. But the idea is to develop this bishop without losing that pawn. And so there's a bit of disentangling here, but black is fairly confident that his structure is very solid. And he has the two bishops, which is what he's hoping for. So Jordan took him up on it. My first question is, could you do queen b4? And what's the big deal?
Well, I will not trade queens, of course, in this position. I'll most probably play... can I go back queen c2?
Okay, now I could consider bishop g4.
But then knight e5.
Okay, bishop e6. Am I walking into something? Oh, yeah, maybe this will not end well for me because you'll give a check and then you'll come and punch here and then the square is becoming very weak. Okay, so bishop g4, maybe not. What about if I capture? Capture with the rook? One of the things we can see here is, despite like having two bishops, is that white is much better developed. So all his pieces are threatening to swing, and he can easily put pressure on f7, perhaps even on h7 in some way. So Jaime decided to keep everything closed. Like I said, I wouldn't have played any of these moves, but...
So you're improving on your dramatic performance. You see, we were talking, so you're the bad cop, I'm the good cop, you know, so you're playing this role perfectly. Let's have a look. But it seems
I think the way I'm going about it, poor Jaime is the bad cop and I'm the good cop, or vice versa.
But it all looks very passive to me, you know.
I agree. And after this move, using the pin, white keeps developing, black disentangles, then white captures. And what white is now saying is, I'm going to double my rooks, which is what he proceeds to do. Now, black is not going to lose that pawn easily. It's very hard to bring a third piece to attack that pawn. You can't bring this knight because that knight is also defending this pawn. It's not easy to exploit, but at the same time, for black, you're stuck with this pawn on e6 for a very long time. If the second rook was here on the open file, you know, there'd be some factors in black's favor. And right now, okay, so Jordan...
This is a typical position that you might get from the French defense. Only the bishop is not the same, you know. It's not often that you get the dark square bishop here. So you have a light square bishop to defend the e6 pawns, and then, you know, you defend this position for a while.
Yeah. So g5 happened, queen e2, and Jaime is taking bishop g7. So we are seeing a battle where Jaime is willing to let this pawn go, but he's going to get this pawn instead.
But don't you lose your pawn on d5 or then b2 is hanging? Like if we calculate.
There are some unanswered questions here. For instance, can I play knight b5? Because I'm doing a double thing now. The knight is not only defending this pawn, it's threatening to fork your rook and thing. And whichever move you make, you'll lose a pawn. Could that be his idea? Alternately, so let's say black goes here, white captures, black captures, white captures, black capture, white captures.
And a6.
And we can rewind and go a6 and ask you how you're going to get that knight back. And if the knight came back, it's as if it never went there. So the d pawn is not defended, we are back where we started. So how would we go about this? It must be strange to come to e2 and then move one of your pieces to defend the d pawn.
You have to take all these circles around. It looks like a picture drawn by my daughter when she was 4, like it's very difficult to evaluate the position.
I wish there was a magic gesture where I would just do that. I wish I was a mentalist and I would just tell these circles to disappear. But
okay.
Incidentally, I don't know if do you think he could have
well?
played something like h4 just to stop any activity before coming? Yeah, you're asking whether g4 is a threat.
Yes, because let's say you protect the g4 pawn, you don't go for knight b5. Let's say you will make a useful move, like he already tripled on the e file, so like maybe queen d3 is not an option, but just to check it, queen d3, g4. Are you losing the d4 pawn, or you are going for knight e5 here?
I don't see a problem with the knight e5. This position, how would you evaluate it? I would say black is probably okay because I can play rook f8 and I get to attack this pawn. Maybe you could have gone queen d2 instead, but I don't think he will do it. Nobody goes queen b5, e2, d2. If I wanted to defend this pawn, I would have come back queen d1. So maybe Jordan's plan of queen b5, e2 wasn't that convincing after all. I mean, I was mentioning earlier we could try h4 to stop this g5. Black can still play g6, but it has less effect. You don't have g4, for instance.
Yes, it's a prophylactic move. It's very important to stop the counterplay on your opponent's behalf. So even though g5 looks a little bit compromising, yes, at some point you can play h4, then knight goes, rook g3, but for the moment it's not so easy.
Okay, let's take the pawn and see.
Yes.
So you take, I capture. I don't think there are clever moves you can, delay it with, so you do this, I take this. And my point would be that if you capture here, I'm winning the h6 pawn.
And then the rook ending is probably...
well, rook f8, rook c8, sorry. I would play g3, let's say.
You don't even go for rook g6, rook g5, the simple one? Because I can still take on d5 later.
That is true.
I think
you could do that.
That was the variation that
and then it becomes... But black's pawns are clumsy because he has two disconnected pawns, whereas white's pawns will probably just go off on their own. My assumption is this is just better for white, but hang on. Could I play rook f8? I think knight d1 is going to be enough here.
Yes, protecting both pawns, b2
exactly.
and f2, of course.
So, but the thing is, after this, you don't have to take right away on d4. You could play g4. And now, where would I go? Knight d2? Knight e5, knight d4.
Knight d4, and then...
That's bad news, right?
Rook e7, and I'm losing. Yes.
First of all, you might be losing. Second, I could even go knight c6.
Yes, knight c6, and then...
and then black even...
much better structure.
Black even improves his pawn structure. I'm only saying that I can't be bothered to look... no, but bishop f6 might be the clincher. And then you just win a piece.
Yes,
that was correct. So knight e5 is not on the cards. And where do you go really? Can you go knight e1? But the thing is, black can even pause and play king f7 first. The rook doesn't. No.
I can go rook d6 and then rook d5. Yes, that's why I wanted to take the pawn immediately.
So, and if I take here, you would go rook d6 and try to claim that your extra pawn is.
But can't you take with the bishop? Well, bishop d4.
Also, could I go rook d8? Bishop d4, same problem. Rook takes
rook h6 and you go for the same lines, of course.
Could I start with rook d8 and then take on d4? Or have we achieved the same thing again? Which is that we're back. No, but now I have king f7. You don't have rook d6. So I'm winning the pawn back. So we see that there was a kind of balance. Black was trying to capture this pawn without losing that one and that one. And maybe he's finally achieved it.
Fischer, look at the position. I think that they're going for this line.
They've, in fact, they have reached, this is the current position.
Yes.
This is the current position. Okay. Let's leave this a bit. There are many other boards which we haven't really followed.
But for the moment, you think that black will be able to hold this?
I suspect black is going to hold this. I mean, even rook d8 here, I don't really see. No, then we thought, what did we think, h3? No, then I have king f7 again. So white has this extra resource. What I want to do is to defend this pawn and stop that from coming there. Okay, play the arrows again. There must be a shortcut for this. Alt plus A. Okay, I'll try to remember that.
What is the last first board that we haven't looked at in this group?
With it, in this group.
Yes, in this group. Yes.
Maxime Van Forest. So which one will be the fourth? Kenny Solomon.
Yes.
Solomon. Yeah.
Just a second.
Okay, this is a nice rouser.
And we have Kenny Solomon, the South African grandmaster, who is playing against the top Chinese player in this event, Xu Zhangji, I think so. So, you know, especially all the Chinese players are wearing the masks, so it could be any of them. Oh yes, but how would you recognize them?
It's interesting. No, there is the fourth board is not wearing a mask, as far as I can see. Well, now he's covered his hands, but I thought he was not wearing a mask earlier, and I wondered if this was team policy or not. It is strange that once in a while you meet people who are still, it seems, wearing masks, whereas most of the others have just given up.
But there are a lot of, COVID restrictions in China still. That's why, for example, I think that the team couldn't travel to India. And here we see, like, because I've had a look at the games in the database, I do not know all of the Chinese players. The only game which came up to my mind was Bai Jianqi against Jing Liren, and it was Jing Liren's the immortal game where he sacrificed the queen with black.
I remember this one, yes.
Yes, you have this player in the team, but so I was thinking, so maybe this is their first test, this team, and they will see if this generation is capable of holding their own. And
yeah, it's a great chance for them to shine. And
so this is the position on the board, and how about their time?
So he's gone. Black has moved his queen back one step, so he's trying to have the possibility to move that pawn forward. I guess not right away, because that pawn will hang, but at least it's an option. And I'll get rid of the arrows again. It was Alt A, I think. I'll try it next time. And
so it was a classic rouser, yes?
Yes. The main thing is white's typical plans don't work. You can't move the G pawn because the H pawn is standing there. And you can't move the F pawn because the black knight will come to this crucial square. So, but at the same time, this gives you some options. White can put his bishop on this nice square, and it can never be attacked by h6. So it's one of the modern Sicilians where black plays h5. It's interesting that in the Sicilian, people thought you couldn't simply move your flank pawns till Paul Keres came and went g4. And we now have the Keres attack, and people are amazed. Wow, you can actually move the king pawn. It doesn't show a lack of understanding. On the contrary, it shows that it's possible. And then there was a long time when we were used to g4 but nothing else. And then people started playing h5 in all these night offs. And so they started playing h5 and saying, okay, you can't play g4, let's see. And then the balance has gone back and forth. And of course, with alpha computers and so on, the pawn rocketing up the board to h6 is a very common theme these days. So modern chess is all about these flank pawns.
So how do black navigate in these positions? Because they stabilized, of course, the h4, h5, you don't have the attack anymore, but on the other hand, you cannot castle. So very often you would leave your king in the center in these positions?
The king is perfectly safe in the center, but what it means is, of course, that your rook is not participating. What you could do is to castle anyway. Sorry, it's not black's move, so it won't allow it. But
let's make a move. Yes.
Yeah, let me do this, and then you castle. And what it allows you is to start doubling your rooks on the c file, so you bring extra material there. The thing for white is now, because of this pin, he's able to play f4 again. Because the knight comes here, I can capture it. So this is what I mean, that you now have to make up for this control of the g4 square with some other factor, which is that this bishop is not defended. I like white's position after bishop g5, but nothing terribly wrong with black's position as well. It's kind of solid.
Because I just saw white last move, it surprised me. White played rook h3.
Yeah, I must admit though, going back to g5, you know, I thought that's what you were surprised about. Because you had noticed that he had in fact come from there.
No,
so now going back to g5 makes no sense.
No, he played rook h3 here.
Yes.
You have
guess
to debate cop once again, so let's have an explanation.
I have to conjure up an explanation out of thin air. But I'm going to go and say that he wants to play rook h3 and provoke g6 and then come back with his tail between his legs. But
g6 is a useful move here, I would think.
Yes, and then you have to claim that you saw very deep, and in fact it's going to be a weakness later. I really don't have any idea why.
Well, first of all, I want to...
On the other hand, it seems that nothing much is going to happen for a long time, so rook h3, but I think this is an excellent time to castle. Because you actually bring your other rook into the game, but white's rook h3 seems a bit clumsy. On the other hand, maybe white can just put it on g5 and leave it there,
yes.
And say that I'm going to start breaking open the king side. Even if black captures that rook and I lose the exchange, I will have a pawn mass.
This is a very original
That could be, yeah.
I like it very much. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so just leave it there and play g4.
I would not have suggested bishop g5 if I had known it had just come from there, but now I'm feeling slightly embarrassed to say that I wanted to go back.
No, but what I wanted to say that, of course, I wanted to greet our audience, because I know that you're massively watching and supporting your teams. I think that the teams events are very important because, like, sometimes in the top events, not every country is represented, but here you really have a shot at the title. But novelty for us, the commentators, we also have a live audience here. So sometimes, you know, we have a lot of spectators here right now, and also on the internet. So I hope that you enjoy it, of course. And well, how many people are watching from China, Vishy? This is probably our largest audience, or maybe India as well.
India is good odds. It's 3.5 hours ahead. China further 2.5 from there. So well, it's not late night. That's true. I think we could have good audiences there. One of the problems for tournaments happen in the US is that the Chinese audience has to stay awake all night. But hopefully Israel has found this bridge, which is a good time for China and a good time for the US, because a lot of Americans said they would watch this tournament.
So let's get to the Indian team.
Okay, so now we skip to Group B.
Yes. Because it's not very easy for us, of course, to cover all the games, and especially when the time travel will be there. So we will have a look. But this is a very dangerous position for Maxim Rothstein.
Or he's a pawn up. I mean, typically when they sack this pawn, white could have gone here and tried to capture this pawn. But with it kind of claiming that he's got more than enough compensation. One important detail is this knight doesn't have a natural path out here. So what it's got to do is its normal method is to come like this, because this pawn is blocking its exit over here. But there are other factors, which is white wants to do this, and his rook is ready to come to any square which it needs to come, and then you bring the queen up as well, and there's a massive thing. What I wanted to say is that after rook f8, queen h5, why not f5?
So you claim that knight g5.
Well, the first thing is that ef6,
take, of course, yes.
The queen is open there, so this would be a bad en passant. But I see one problem, which is that after f5,
tragic
I could play queen g5, for instance. And now this rook is in a bad way.
Ah, you want to go
because
knight d6
maybe queen h4 is equally to the point.
Let's show just the queen h4, rook f7, knight d6.
And if you go here, then it's trapped. I mean, also knight g5 would work. But if you, for instance, you went here, I would go here, and then I'm winning the exchange. Mm-hmm. So that could be one angle that he has, which then brings up my next question: can I play f6? I'm guessing your answer is going to be rook h3
and queen g6.
And so now we're threatening to capture this with a pin. Okay. So queen h5, how is Rothstein going to defend?
I feel like I'm passing, my driver's license, yes? So if you do so, what would you do? And then I hope that I will have it at the end of the tournament. So, but he played already queen d5, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. He's gone queen d5. Okay, that's quite nice, because you cannot play knight g5 because just h6. And you can't play rook h3 because you'll capture this and defend over here. So queen d5 is quite nice. What should white? I could play rook fe1.
I actually had a question for you, since we were talking about the Indian team, and I know that you were mentoring them during the Chess Olympiad. Mm-hmm. So how do they prepare for those events?
Each one in a different way. I think nowadays the big thing is everyone has their own lines, their own work and thing, but some of them hang out with each other and try to bounce ideas off each other. It depends on the opponent a little bit. Some days they would do that, some days they're all prepare alone. But typically, Gukesh was always on his own. He liked to work by himself. But the others would often get together. With the senior team, I didn't spend that much time. My impression would be Hari Krishna has this routine for many years, so he sticks to it with it as well. But some of the younger ones might hang out a bit more.
So in what way you were offering your guidance, during the tournament?
I was generally connecting with them in the morning, asking them if they wanted something, and suggestions like that. But really my idea was, when something dramatic happens, to have a word with them and see how they felt and so on, more than the technical details. I participated in 2 or 3 training sessions in the morning with them. But it's hard because you have to get up to speed to their lines, which may not be your lines, and then very quickly you have to come up with something interesting that they can use in an hour. And I think the coaches were doing a great job. So if the coaches asked me, they said, look, this is a problem, we want to dump it on you. I said, okay, give it to me, I'll go have a look and then I'll come back. It's back and forth.
But then I had another question, during the games, were you getting emotional? Because I know how difficult it is when, especially you're supporting the team, you were guiding them. Well, I've been the captain of the team, so then I just cannot breathe. Sometimes I'm looking at it and oh my God, what is happening on the board? So how were you feeling during the rounds?
It was very tough. There were obviously days when At some point, it didn't look like we were winning at all, where 2-2 might have been a good result. But you also know that, our team is very strong, and if you wait a bit longer, things can still turn in your favor. You calm down and it gets better. The day I suffered the most was, of course, against Uzbekistan. Because Gukesh was totally winning, and there was a feeling of euphoria. And then he didn't win for a long time, but in the meantime, Pragnananda won, so it didn't matter. And then we realized Gukesh had completely lost awareness. He could have made a draw, and the team would have won, and that's it. But he was so caught up in the emotions of the game, he couldn't almost distance himself. And then very quickly, you crossed that point of no return. That day, I felt horrible. I visited them to try and cheer them up. I thought I'll show them some of my nightmare experiences, and we could share a thing. And about 20 minutes later, I realized they were cheering me up, and maybe I should go home. So it didn't work very well. I remember I was telling Gukesh, it's a tragedy what happened to you and so on, and how are you feeling? He said, I'm feeling fine. Okay. Should we talk about this? He said, no, we're fine. So that was it. And then they all went out to play table tennis. So
just go away.
Exactly.
So they can help you, actually, with dealing with those situations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's nice when the players, after a tough day, have to cheer up the non-playing mentor. But anyway.
Meanwhile, Rook F1 happened, and then Black played F6, your idea.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, the problem for him is Queen takes D4 doesn't work because, nice trick, Queen H4. Attacking the Rook on E7 and the Queen on B4. So there is no way you can do both. Yeah. So White is threatening capturing this. And he's threatening Knight F6 check. So if you did that, then I play Knight F6 check and win your queen. So because of that, he cannot capture on D4, so he's gone F6 instead. So now the line we mentioned earlier, Rook H3, I would play H6. You would go in deep. I'd go F takes E5. Or no, even Queen takes D4 should work. What's wrong with F takes E5?
But if I take on H6, then how would you
defend things? E4.
And I wanted to go Knight G5 here first.
So what is happening is if you give a check, it feels like you don't have a follow-up. You can, of course, make a draw. But if Knight G5, then I have to come there, and then I stop this mating threat just in time.
This is a very important defensive resource, of course.
Yes.
Queen F5 has to be seen in advance.
But after Queen takes D4, I could take this as well. And once again, you don't really have a drawing mechanism. I mean, you can't stop my drawing mechanism as a minimum, but because if you capture here, then I go check, and I go Rook takes F6 check, because that knight which was defending that pawn has shifted away. And so there's this... let's see, Queen G6. What else can I play? Maybe it's a good time to consider F5. No, White can...
Rook H6 is, and then you still have the same draw.
That's correct.
So maybe this is not enough. Let's have a look.
The world is not enough. What is... Can I play King H8? No, I can't.
Well, I would take.
You would take, I would take, and then I would take this. And your pawn is now defending two things, so it's crashing. So you can't. What else can you do? Rook F1, F6. So I think we're waiting for Rook H3, and then we'll know.
Okay, well, we still have some time, because I think that the time travel is approaching. We will have a look at the other boards. Yes, so we have the American team who is playing against the Polish team today.
Yeah.
Radoslav Wojtaszek against Hans Smokin. Yes, the American team is also missing a few of their top guns. Yes, Fabiano Corona is not here. Wesley So is playing the Meltwater Champions Tour, and Anand is not here as well. So.
That's right.
And you have two Cuban players also who represent the United States, I think for a few years already.
Right.
But I think that's one of their first times.
But he's actually resting today, Junievski.
Yes, but you have
only Bruzon.
Yes, Bruzon, yes. Mm-hmm. So.
Well, Junievski had a nice situation with the Mentalist, of course.
Yes, it was incredible.
So, Mental asked him to come on stage, and he picked up a girl from the other side, and they were seated maybe a meter's distance, and they were both blindfolded. And his thing was, whenever you feel me tapping you, you should react in some way, either tap a glass or wave your hand or whatever.
So the Pavlov reflex.
Yes, that's right. But pretty soon, all he had to do was to tap one of them, and the other would feel it, and it went back and forth, and it was good fun. But at least Junievski decided he wouldn't play today after this experience, so maybe that was. I'm sure that decision was taken before, but anyway.
And we do not know how he did it because, as he told us that if he told us, then he would have to kill us,
Exactly.
So we decided that we need our commentator's job, at least for a while.
It seemed prudent not to pursue this matter. And here we are. So it was an English.
And Radoslav Vajdashik is a very well-known theoretician, of course, so he knows what he's doing in the opening. And
so you see, there's been a sort of silent. What I understand is there's been a sort of silent battle for that square. Black has these pieces all focusing on them, and white has these pieces. But now it seems like black is in time to bring the knight there. So what Radek does is to attack that pawn, so that once again the balance is restored a little bit. Whereupon Neiman goes knight c4.
But can you sacrifice this pawn, bishop? Because you have this thematic sacrifice in a lot of the King's Gambit, but I was thinking, can it work here? Like if you exchange everything, you have such a powerful queen on d5, and then bishop c7, just rook c8. Or this is not enough?
I think it's good compensation, but I think everyone hesitates as to whether it's 100% compensation or not. You might be you might have an ending where you slowly start to suffer. So
I just wanted to activate, of course, all my pieces.
And now Radek provokes this quote-unquote weakness, and so then Neiman reacts to g5. By the way, it's a move he's very prone to playing, so I think it's a decent move because he expands out like this, kicks all the pieces, plays g4, and after bishop g2 comes bishop g5. And what the bishop does here nicely is takes away some key squares from white. So white cannot defend the pawn like this because of bishop d2, forking these two. I'll eventually get the hang of this mouse, but anyway. And Radek then went here, rook d7, rook takes e5 has happened, I think, and rook takes c7 has happened. So this is the current position. My feeling is black is in no danger whatsoever. Two bishops are too much. If I wanted, I could even make some move like this. You take the pawn, take,
and then bishop b6,
and then even bishop a5.
Bishop a5.
And the knight doesn't have any good squares. This bishop is taking the d5 square and the a2 square. The rook is taking the square. I mean, are you really going to go to... So if you did something like this, I suspect black has more than enough compensation for quality. So I think this game is going to fizzle out. Can black play for more?
Yeah, that's my question.
That is the question, but I guess not. I would guess not. Then again, if I did this and I went here or something, trying to use two rooks to attack these knights, could get awkward, no? I think I'd sack this.
And then rook 8 and rook 0.
And rook 8, and yes, and try to get some...
Okay, but then rook e8.
And I don't know, b6 you can take, maybe I can play a5. Oh, yeah, I can play a5. And maybe I have enough compensation. I'm feeling slightly uncomfortable for Radek. However, if you go rook e7, then I'm out of danger because this square becomes available and I can do this.
Okay.
So I'm slightly concerned, but I think it's probably going to be okay.
And taking into account, their time, let's say Black has only 10 minutes left for the game, so of course you have a 10 seconds increment. Which line you would go for? For something safer, or you would go for some, like, still believe in yourself and go for a complicated line?
He could still invest. If he sees that bishop d8
Yes.
and he agrees with my assessment that it's fine, he could still invest 3-4 minutes and have a whole blitz game left to pursue it. So it's not panic stations yet. In fact, it's one of the big mistakes you make, that when you get to 40% of your time, you start to panic a little bit. That would be a mistake. You should still think and see how to do it. But I don't know which of the continuations you choose. I like bishop d8. Very superficially, I feel that white has this escape hatch. But with white, I'd be slightly concerned. I would want the situation resolve itself fast. Incidentally, by the way, I should say bishop d8 is not the end of the world. We have rook d7 and the knight has a lovely square. So it's probably okay.
My questions, I was thinking that rook d7 and then knight d5.
I think the nice way to put it is we both had the same question at the same time. So I anticipated my own question, but there you go. Okay, so then now I think it's about equal.
Okay, so we move on to another match. So what is the last? Mamedyarov Shahryar, yes, against Nodirbek Yakubov, who is one of the heroes of the last Olympiad. And how did it go for him? He's playing black against a very strong opponent. Shahryar Mamedyarov is not present for anyone. But here I feel that black is doing okay, unless you can play before b5 immediately. So.
Well, as the famous joke goes, in Grandmaster Manatsakanyan's expert opinion, white is a pawn down. So, black should be absolutely fine. The only question is, can black be better? I don't think so. I think Shaq will have enough compensation. Shahryar will have enough compensation with these weak pawns and the extra bishop. So.
Yeah, he just played b4 with the idea of playing b5, of course, and to weaken the south post on d5. So what should you do here?
One thing I could do is to get it over with and smash through.
Okay, but this liquidates everything, yes?
Not in a nice way for you, because so let me play e3. If bishop takes d5, are you safe or are you worse? No, I can take f2 and I get an extra pawn anyway, because if you take this, I'll capture here. Okay. Knight, what the hell? Okay. So I think e3 is worth considering now. It might also be possible to wait a move and see if e3 works, but let's go see where it goes. If you capture, then you capture. I think it's slightly awkward for you, because if you capture this, I give a check, and if you lose this, that's bad, because you're getting 2 in 1 on this side, but 3 versus 1 on this side. And that could be a...
I was not sure about the line that I was calculating immediately after knight d3. I was looking at bishop c6 immediately, but this doesn't work probably, because you go rook c2 at the end, and it's the same.
Ah, yes. So takes, capture.
Ah, but then I have rook
No,
d2.
you're rook d2. You have rook d2.
Okay,
so
that was
okay.
the line that I was trying to assess.
And you're saying you're okay.
But then I started to calculate knight g4, and okay, it was rather complicated. Let's have a look. Yes, here, bishop c6, knight g4.
But then h4 attacks,
yes, h4,
attacks the bishop.
Yes.
So we are losing that one, yeah.
So is this possible?
Can I go knight f1? Check.
Check.
Rook f1, rook takes c6, and try to claim that I'm going to bring this rook here and that rook there to e2 and d2. You could go rook e1 anyway, based on the same principle. That if I went rook c2, in the end you have rook d2, but the bishop is much worse off. It looks okay. I can't. My hunch is it's just equal. But how does Shaq lose a pawn?
So we'll have a look if we have some drama on the other boards. Wow.
Just one like this, okay. Yes, let me see what Nihal is doing. Okay, so Nihal's maneuvered nicely. He's going to put a knight on d5. Even if he loses a pawn here, it's going to have more than enough compensation. So
actually, yes, in another match like Netherlands against Spain, 3 games were drawn already, so they just have 1 game left between Anton Gihara and Lukas van Forest, David Anton Gihara. So how is this position? Because this is going to be the decisive game in the match.
Van Forest Lucas. Both sides have their trumps. I mean, this knight is out of the game. White's pieces are very well placed, and black has weaknesses. But on the other hand, black's other knight is very strong. It has some good squares. And white's queen, it's missing quite a few key squares around it. Let me do that again without the other arrows. So white's queen is missing some key squares. And in fact, he has exchanged the queens. Or is it just my arrows?
No, that's the actual position of the board, yes, of course. So, queen c2.
That looks surprising to me, because I thought his whole play would be based on keeping it. If I took, he would take with the rook, of course. The knight still has no escape, because if it comes here, I merely do this and then I kick you out to the next move. But black could try and swap the other knight. I don't think that's unfavorable for white, though. I mean, I could do something like the rook to e2. If you capture, I take, and you still have this wobbly knight here. So queen c2 might not be a bad way to go about it.
And I think, well, it's a rather balanced game then for the moment. Yes, the match might not be decided immediately.
I kind of like white. I don't know why. Maybe if I go here, what will you do?
But I'm playing for black,
Yes, what you could do is maybe take and rook e d1, so that it's no longer pinned. And white can put the rook on c3 and again claim that this knight is silly. Not right here, but let's say rook e d1 and then maybe d5 and rook d3, or rook d3 to kick the other knight out. Still some work for black here to prove that he's okay.
Okay. So all the games are in process in the match between France and Ukraine, but let's have a look at the game between Laurent Fressinet and Andrei Volokitin.
Wow. Can we pause here for a second? Because this one has gone crazy. So he did go
G4.
B4. But one thing, Maxime has held off A5 in the beginning. So almost, I was keen to play A5 because I thought at any moment black can play A5, B5, knight B8 and rotate the knight around. And I was keen to shut down that possibility. But Maxime seems awfully relaxed about it. Okay, with that observation out of the way, he went bishop G5, G4, bishop E8, capture, knight F3, queen F6, so black pins the knight against the pawn.
Only 2 minutes left for Vasil. 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
I will repeat what a lifetime of playing Vasily has taught me.
Please share your wisdom.
He is as dangerous with 4 seconds on his clock as he is with... I mean, he may destroy himself. He might get his king mated, he might blunder and lose, but he's capable of getting the job done even with seconds. In fact, that's probably when he concentrates the most. I think it's much worse for him with a minute and a half, because then he doesn't know which way to go and he's hesitant. But once he's down to seconds, he'll normally do a good job.
Of course, we have a 10-second increment since the move once, so it's enough time.
In fact, here he's just better, isn't he?
Yes. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think his position is just better. Because Maxime has put that pawn on g5, which I don't like. a5, knight c8. And you see the problem, black pieces are willing to absorb every move. I mean, what a move is that?
Here. You know, Maxime recently has published a post in which he explained that he no longer collaborates with Etienne Bacro. So he has felt that they have reached like the point where they don't have enough new ideas. You know, they worked for a long time. So this is a new era for Maxime. Like, of course, he has a lot of new goals. He wants to qualify for the candidates, but it's the first tournament where he plays without his coach. And well, maybe he will try new openings. It will not only be the Grunfeld and the Najdorf. It's a lot of different schemes. So, but g5.
Was Etienne the reason he stuck to the Grunfeld?
No, not really. But I think this was the love of his life, the Grunfeld and the Najdorf. Yes.
I thought Etienne must have been told very quickly. No questions about my Grunfeld. That's off limits. Everything else we'll talk about.
But I had another question. Do you think, Vishy, for example, when we talk about the player like Maxime and knowing how loyal he is to his repertoire and how well he likes this position very much, but then on the other hand, if you talk about the evolutionary process and like how environment make you change or you develop other skills, do you think that the chess players, even the professionals, the top level professionals, they have to undergo the same process? So the environment will make you change, you will start playing different openings, or you will play them differently. How should it go?
Normally, yes, your chess growth continues and it carries you along, and there are lots of impressions, opinions I used to have, evaluations about certain positions, which I now think the opposite, or I think completely differently. This gets carried along. This is a continuous process. But you can force it as well. I mean, you can also make an effort and try to get ahead of the curve. And the best players, I think, are able to do that.
This is not easy, yes, to do so.
It's not easy because you're a little bit fighting yourself. And also it's a natural process when you just... but if you want to speed it up and say, I can see a trend coming, I'm going to try this new and add it and, you know, fight your comfort zone, but you get around and do it. That can be very healthy. Quite often, the biggest jumps in my career was when I switched openings. And I learned something new and I added something new. So the biggest thing was my semi-Slav. I was a Queen's Indian player. Then with Misha Gurevich, I studied semi-Slav for Karpov. And, you know, for the next 18 years, I was playing this opening. So that kind of thing. But it made me a better player because I was exposed to new range of positions and so on.
But Maxime was resisting it for a while, so maybe this is the change he's looking for, I think, right now.
Yes and no. He's actually, in rapid chess and online chess, he tries a lot of other things.
Yes. The range is completely different, of course.
Very often, I think, he has stopped playing these... I mean, he's got new repertoire, he's going to show it. And then I see him and he's right back where he started, back with his knight off in Grunfeld. I think there's... For him, that's just like a static position, and then he will, he can try once in a while, but he likes it. I was quite surprised in the previous candidates that he stuck with his Grunfeld and Najdorf so much. I mean, you almost have a year to prepare, you have other things. You could easily experiment a bit more, I thought.
Yes, in the second half.
Yes.
So what about this position right now? You were very critical about the move you made, the g5.
It looks to me that black is doing great. But, I mean, for instance...
Yes. Why didn't you like this move, for example? Like, I also, like, didn't... Your king is so exposed, but yes, it's on the move 21st here.
This one.
This one.
G5, well, here it's on a white square. And here it's just on a dark
So
square.
they open in the diagonal, bishop's diagonal, of course, and...
Well, suddenly all sorts of... let's go here. And then suddenly you see the bishop is pointing here. Also, rather widely, this square is becoming available. I mean, I would play G5 if I thought it was delivering something, but I don't see it.
So very responsible.
Yeah, I was just about to say, why not knight d8, because I can now play bishop e6 or even knight e6. But Maxim has met that with f4. He's just played f4.
Oh my God, what a position. It's not very often that you will have the king on g3, you know, all your pawns thrown.
Almira, you may not believe your eyes, but somewhere in a neighboring room, there's a king on g3 pushing a pawn on f4. I don't know how it happened.
This is a parallel universe, you know, this is not ours.
This is absurd. I think Vasily is not going to take this pawn. I think we can agree on that probably.
No, of course you don't want to open the H file.
The thing is, I don't see anything immediately wrong with it, because if you capture here, I will take this one, and I don't see what you can do here.
No, but you will not take on H3.
And if you do this, then I block the... I mean, the thing is dangerous because you can't go to G8. But if I put the bishop here, next move I can come back to G8 with the king and rewind a bit. Is my wisdom on that.
Well, I was trying to produce an attack, you know, with like a kamikaze.
You could yourself say that you'll take this and take this, but this is getting bizarre. Okay, do you see something else we could play? What if I did bishop e6? You go bishop c2 maybe? I don't think you want to trade, right?
No, of course I don't want trades. And then the problem is I don't see how can we continue. You can even bring your knight to e5.
Yeah.
You can get back knight c6, knight e5, and...
Okay, moment of truth. He has gone... No, he didn't play knight.
No, he played
knight c6. No,
bishop b6, bishop c2, no, in knight c6, exactly what we were discussing. You know.
This one, right? The d8 knight, he's gone here.
Living in Vasil's head.
Yes, so now let's do...
Rook f1.
Are you saying we have become mentalists?
Yes.
Okay, so rook f1.
Supernatural entertainment. But
now I don't dislike White's position that much. I don't see where exactly aiming for. Where exactly the knight comes to e5 and yes, and so what? I thought black might have been better before. Oh, we have one decisive result in South Africa already.
I was thinking that we have a few games. So Wen Yang won against Daniel Kodry.
By the way, I can... it's a good moment to announce this thing, that there is a growing number of games in
the database.
If you look at Mega Database, where in a hopeless position, and sometimes there'll be a queen captured in one end of the board, and black will make this mysterious move, king d5, or white will make this mysterious move, king d4. That is not the players making this ridiculous move. It is the arbiter putting it on that square to establish resignation. So we'll get our public service announcement out of the way, and then we'll move on. So there are some bizarre stuff happening there, but what interesting games. Let's see, Van Forest and... Okay, so Lucas has managed to
coordinate his pieces.
Not allow white to make any progress on disentangling. And this bishop has not been allowed to escape and participate in any way. So for the moment, it's holding tight there.
So all the matches are very close. The fight is... Let's have a look at the games. We have analyzed. There was a draw between Orikova and Abhijit Gupta. Okay, a draw between Kasper Pirun and Bruzon Batista Lazar. So, we have only one decisive game so far in the whole round.
The whole. But there must be an interesting one coming. Let's see how Radek is doing.
No, because that was the game I wanted you to have a look at, because it seems that Laurent Fressinet is winning against Andrei Volokitin, but I was not sure about the assessment. Let's have a look. He might bring the first point to France.
Yes, this does look like black has been totally outplayed. Let's just have a look. Okay, so he just chucked the pawn for nothing. And that's it, white is winning probably. He's just captured it.
Just the pawn up and...
And it's hopeless, yes. So, yes, Laurent is probably winning this.
We were talking that Ukraine was a very uncomfortable opponent for the French team, so they took it as a very important match. It was the first round, and a few players, I think a few players missed their lunch even, so they were preparing.
And I think we're getting into time pressure, because I see the moves updating much faster. So everyone is... time pressure is too strong, but people are trying to pick up the tempo a little bit.
So what game should we follow till then?
Okay, let's have Vidit. Okay, so this has been quite interesting. He went rook h3 after f6.
And he went for g6, not h6.
Yes.
Yes, we were analyzing h6 and Maxim Rochete.
And then decided to cash in the exchange. Decent composition.
Of course.
I'm going to play c5 and then rotate the knight around. And then pawn and the knight defending each other like this is a great fortress. That's obviously. I don't.
If you place like c5 first, maybe I can double my rooks on the a file and try to win the.
Okay, so you want to do rook e3.
Rook e3, yes. I have to be very quick here.
That is true. If I go here, you might be even able to harass me like this and force the king back before coming and these kinds of things. So I think, yes, rook e3. If I go knight g7, then you have rook
a3 now.
a3, a5, and then rook b3, and white is winning a pawn.
Yes, we need to show rook b7, rook a5, just in case, of course, and that's the way for...
Because of the pin, white is getting...
White to continue, so... And I think something was played in this game.
King e7.
Rook e3 was played, okay, and king e7, okay, so...
So is he giving up the... Oh, I see what he wants. If he goes here, then black does that. If he goes rook b3, black plays b5, rook takes, and knight f4. And now the knight is taking away the square from the king, so he's threatening a checkmate here. White will probably play h4. And black, even though he has lost one pawn, he's still fighting. I mean, I can play something like e5 and try to bring the knight here. So let's just make a few moves.
I should try, what should I try? Rook 8, rook h8? How should I
rook 8,
activate my rook? Yes.
I don't know. These things often become races. I don't specifically see how to proceed. Okay, what happened?
The mysteries of the
1 sec, let's get back the
technology.
game. So here we are, and we should see
We
in a
have
moment
this
too.
position
We have
on
this
the board,
position,
of
now let's see
course.
what happens.
And how much time do they have left?
Rochdale has 2 minutes, Vidit has 1 minute. Okay, so this is, we're going to have a decision here, I think, fairly quickly.
And what is the difference with the king on f7 or e7? It's safer if you go king e7, king d6, then bring it closer to the bounce, or?
Honestly, I thought c5 was not a bad thing because I noticed that it allows you to defend the pawn from the side. So you don't blunder the second pawn. And then for white to come a regrouping like this, first of all, you make it just in time if you run and try to defend over here. But it might also be possible to improve your knight and, I don't know, get some counterplay here or there.
So it was a viable option. Actually.
It was a viable option. I wanted c5. King e7 could be have some purpose. It could also be that simply you make a useful move and you press the clock and it stops your clock run. So who knows?
But Vidit is
Okay, so here we are.
very
Now he is blundering a pawn. Not blundering, he's losing a pawn.
losing a pawn.
So we'll have to see how this one shapes up.
But we have so many results in one match. Okay, what is this? South African players.
But the US and Poland have just gone. No, there are 2 games left in the US versus Poland. Niemann is worse, but it's within the realm of. No, he's actually seriously worse once White gets this thing. Yeah.
The pawn on f5.
His thing is to put the bishop on e1, hopefully, and I mean in some line and harass this.
But then you take with the knight on f5. Let's say you play knight e7 here. How do you protect the pawn?
King f7.
f7, rook e5.
And then bishop c7.
And bishop f4. Okay.
But let's see if we can. He's going king g7, so that if rook e. What about rook e5?
Immediately rook e5, so I do not allow bishop c7, and then I cannot play king g6 because you have knight e7 check, of course.
I don't know if h6 works.
But h6,
The Chinese have won, sorry.
so they won everything, yes?
They won 3 matches, so it's 3-1, and the 4th game is still going on. Is that? Yes. There's one more happening. This might actually be on the solid end of things, but white is still better because it's quite unpleasant to have to stay defending this. So China's looking at 4-0, of course.
And while you're...
And Shak has in fact won the game.
he won the game.
Yes.
So he managed to break through.
Let's find out what happened. Let's have a look at what happened.
Because while you were looking at the games, I wanted, of course, to...
Did he play e3?
To say that...
Oh my God, they actually went for the line.
They went for the line, okay, but it was a completely different line that we analyzed.
Yes.
But how did he manage to win this position?
My feelings entirely. I have no idea how this one ended badly so fast. You can start potential, you can play g5 and h4 and start some useful moves like this. You can also rotate the rook, but
But where Black made a mistake.
Well, he sort of allowed the rook to get to a3. Something like this, and then this happened. There's a lot of subtleties we could get into, but it just seems to me that his opponent lost the plot completely. e3, bishop takes d5, first of all, why not ef2?
Yes, that was the move that we mentioned earlier. And,
Oh, wait a minute.
let's have a look.
Did we miss this?
Rook e6. But
Unless you're going to play f1.
yes, that was
Yeah.
my idea, but then how do we continue from...
No, so this is actually tricky. I mean, You still have to now decide what you're going to do. You can't take with the bishop. If you take with the pawn, then I
Yes.
take here and I'm winning.
Bishop c6.
Yeah. So EF2, rook e6 was his problem. So bishop d5.
Yes, we stopped too soon because we assumed that e takes f2 is completely fine for black.
But is this even a difficult thing? Can I go here? Try and aim for c5. Oh, I'm not threatening c5 anyway. Oh, I am. But I just try to come for this way. Should be just wrong.
Bishop, but in the line that we analyzed, if we promote into queen, then rook a8, king g7, how do you protect on h3? You have bishop g2, of course, yes. I just wanted to see the final position. Of course, sometimes it's not easy for our viewers, so then white is completely winning, of course. So. So Shahriar...
so big contribution. And wait a minute, Rauf Mamedov has won as well. So this match looks okay-ish here, but castles and then knight g5. So maybe head6 should have been included and so on. But
it's very strange that Nodirbek Abdusatorov is not playing in this event, and he is the reigning world rapid champion, and he's not a part of the Uzbekistani team.
I suspect he's the one who didn't want to play.
Well, I just didn't know.
I don't know. My God, so the rooks got exchanged. How did he lose this and so quickly?
Well, we can show it on the board. Well, on your screens you can see.
And this is lovely. So this happened. So you can't do this obviously because of G8-7 mate. Then he went queen h3. Ouch. And then bishop takes g6. That was it. So quite clinical clinch.
A fine game by Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah. And what is happening with
look
Temur?
At your screen because he's so nervous. You know, Temur Rajabov, he's incredibly nervous, and I wanted to have a look at this game. Yeah, okay, he has to defend a very unpleasant endgame, but
it should be a draw.
Yeah, it should be a draw. Yes.
Because
he has only 23 seconds left, while his opponent
49 seconds left.
Like I have now, I have this screen, I cannot see anything there.
Now it should be a fairly simple draw. I go king d6 and f4, and then I run with my king. I'll just show the line. So I go king d6,
king d4,
king b5. I play f4. You go whatever, king b6. Now I can even just take it and run for the hills here.
But if I go the other side, can I take? That's not enough. Also,
where will you go?
I wanted to go king d4, give the pawn, and play king e5. But then you will play.
Yeah, no, I thought he had already done it, but I think.
And I will end up losing. Here, like king d6, king d4, just to show this line. You will take. Or you want to play f4 first?
I think it doesn't matter. The point is here there is no way to win this, because if you go here, I'll come here. And I'm in time with protecting my pawns anyway.
Yes, but that's what I wanted, of course, to show, and that's important. And knight c6, of course,
he's
is
in fact gone for g4, so which is also fine. The basic problem is here, your black is liquidating everything. So.
Yes, while we were analyzing the game, we forgot to tell our audience that, of course, the teams are fighting for the qualification, because only 4 teams will continue fighting for the World Championship title, and from the second stage it will be...
and you're right. Shevchenko beat Jules, and Kovalenko beat Garamian. Okay,
so this is happening once again.
So even if Laurent wins, it would depend on now... Laurent is winning, and so the Vasily match becomes very crucial. And actually Maxime might have good chances now, because Vasily has misplaced his rook badly. What happened? It still looks great for black, so...
But he was very short on time, so sometimes...
And then we see Maxime the blitz player.
Yes.
So.
Okay, we can say that the South
Okay.
Africa is the outsider of this group, but who is the outsider of the second group? Here, there are a few
So
spots left.
after Rook H2, is Maxime going to repeat or?
No, but he cannot here.
But maybe he doesn't have a better move because if he Rook takes C7, I have Knight E6. So, in fact, he
C6.
doesn't have a... Sorry?
Can I go C6?
Respect.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I forgot. Yes, I forgot that you have Rook
Yeah,
B5, of course. That's
for a second, I thought
yes,
I missed
no,
something.
no, I'm
Anyway.
trying to mystify you.
So King G8 and the king is rushing back just in time, and that was the problem for him. Wait, it actually looks quite dramatic now. What has happened?
Okay, let's have a look at the current position.
I think Maxime is not going to win this because the pawns are split. And Vasily is not going to win this because the king and knight are able to stop it. My bet right now is it's a draw, but
he has
that's very unpleasant.
Yes,
Rook
he has to
A7,
try
where to
everything.
take the king? Should go forward, should go backward, all these stuff start now.
And as you can see,
I think let's just watch the
Yes.
thing where it's just
Jules
not trying to put it
Massar
on
is
board.
still sitting there. I think he's feeling so guilty because, they were trying so hard to win this match and to change the trend of their head-to-head matches. France is not doing great against Ukraine. And this was a very important match against, today, so of course. So if Vasil saves this game, Ukraine is going to win
Yes,
this
so
match.
and Kovalenko beat Garamian. Okay, in this line. Sorry to jump in like that. We can't possibly cover it now. Okay, King F3. Knight G5 check. I think Vasily understands he can repeat if he wants. I don't know why it does that, but anyway.
So after King G2, you will go Rook E2.
Yes, but after King F4, I can play Rook C5 as well. Because you don't have Knight E4 check, you don't have Rook G7 because of Knight, and so on. So a lot of pins, I might as well show it. Can go here. This check is not available. I mean, it's for a draw, it's not winning material. And Rook G7, Knight E6 is a problem. So.
And meanwhile, David Anton Hihar won his game against Lucas van Forest. So the Spaniards won their match against the Dutch.
Wait. Now Rook takes G7.
Well, you're still analyzing.
He went Rook here, which is the same. So he took, and then Rook G6 check has happened. Come on, King C7. No, don't go forward. What is this? Oh, he's putting it there to make a draw. No. No, if he just goes King C7, it was a trivial draw, right? Sorry.
Well, maybe he
we are
thought
getting.
that he has-
He's trying to dominate this piece.
So that he would play Knight E6, cut the
But after Rook
and
A5
then
check, Rook H5 check, you have to go forward to D4 because no other square is
Well,
available.
he went on D4. That's the
Yeah.
position on the board.
Maxime will never miss a trick like that. And then Rook B5. But Rook A3, and no, this is trivial as well. I mean, you can see from the way he made the move that he knows he's made it. So yes, Ukraine does beat France again.
And what happened on the second board, like on the third board? The game is still in progress.
Which one?
Or this one? It's over.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
over.
okay. So it just...
Vidit drew. Oh, so India is dependent on this match, but we are winning it. The technical part is going to be tricky, right? Because this pawn on H3 is very far advanced, and I don't know. Bishop C6, King D3.
Would you be so kind and to pronounce the white player?
Seturaman.
Yes, but no, in full.
Pranyapan.
And?
Seturaman.
Yes, so
Yes. That's right.
that was actually...
His father and me used to play in the chess club together when I was young.
So his name is the same as his family name.
1 second, there's some action here. Yeah, now it's...
Yes, because we have a different position
Yeah, but
actually
just
on the board.
King...
Yes. Mhm.
Ah, okay. He's gone bishop d7.
No, because we have a different position on the here and the position there. It's not the same.
No, now they're back together. I think they repeated few moves.
Yes,
and
it's a
they're
draw.
together now, yeah.
Okay, so Ukraine won against France. It was a draw. It was a very dramatic match. So the top seed starts with a loss in this event. So let's have a look at the games we have left.
Oh, wait a minute. So Shaq won, Mehmet won, and Timur drew, so they are home. Fine. And Wahido won, but it's not enough. So Azerbaijan beats Uzbekistan.
So do we have a few games in progress? Or
So this one is now kind of crucial. It's great. He's 2 pawns down, but because of this pawn, he cannot make
You cannot
progress.
activate your knight. So where should you go here?
The
He
problem
was
for
on
him is if he
E3,
goes here, then bishop e6 happens, and the king is still far away for this.
You have to be careful. The king was on E3, so you should not repeat the position a few times.
Yeah.
It depends where was the knight, of course, but this is a very important trick when you're...
He's gone here, now he's gone back here, and they are now here. Okay. But can I go king e3 here? Or is that repeating it a few times now? You're right, and let's see if there's a third one. No, so this one, it's 2. So if he's going to do this, there's no way back now. But now if I go b5 and ba6, then I can play knight g4 check maybe and bring it out like that, king f2. Alternately, I can play b6, but then bishop d5,
yes.
then I give a check. King d6 probably. So now my king needs to come within range. What I hoped to avoid earlier, that this pawn becomes vulnerable, but...
So you wanted to have more squares, maybe while taking on a6, and then...
Well, I thought if I play b takes a6, then I'm out of all problems there, and I can rely on that. Where are we now? We are now here. King e3.
What happened? Let's have a look. Yes, I think
It's a
he might
three-time
have.
repetition,
Yes, he actually.
But it looks
Yeah,
like the
forgotten
computer
what
has
this is.
pointed it out, and yeah, they're going to tell them. So, oh no, Avital is claiming it.
Okay, the arbiters is going
Quite
to.
a difficult position to defend for black. So good job if you managed, in which case it's 4 draws there. And the US has won because Akopian clinched it for the US.
I think that there is a standard procedure that both players should check it with the arbiters, but I think the game is already drawn.
Yes, because if the computer indicates it, then they don't have to do it, so that's much faster.
Okay, so the first round is over.
Spain beats Holland. Ukraine beats France. China wins against South Africa. India, Israel draw. The US beats Poland.
Wait a second. We have the results
Ah,
in front.
even.
Yes, in front of you on your screen. So, a very large win in the match between China against South Africa. Well, France lost their match against Ukraine, and Spain beat the Netherlands. And now we'll have the results in the Group B. So very close match between India and Israel, but you have the feeling that they missed their chances.
Unfortunately, we were following many games, and
But then Vidit was
Seturaman against Burakovsky seems to have been well, at least quite some imbalance. I don't know how they drew with some sort of centralized king with some lot of pawns. He managed to make a decent fortress out of it.
Poland lost to the United States, 2.5, 1.5, so, and Azerbaijan beat Uzbekistan 2.5, 1.5. It's very difficult to have like a bigger margin. So I was asking, like it was quite easy to point out who is the underdog in the Pool A, so probably the South African team, even though they're fighting.
But Pool B looks much closer.
Yeah, so what do you think? Only 4 teams are going to qualify.
Yeah. Then I would say that in Pool A, South Africa, well, every team will try to make an extra effort in that game, and they will fight quite hard. In Pool B, there's no obvious laggard. All the matches were very close.
So I think that right now we're going to take a small break. The next round will start in 45 minutes. So we will start the broadcast like 5 minutes prior to the beginning of the round. Hopefully you liked it. It was a bit chaotic, of course, at the beginning, but okay, let's say that the next pancake, because we have a saying that the first pancake, is never well done. So the next pancake is going to be with chocolate and a few bananas on top of it.
I think with this many games, you shouldn't. It's going to be chaotic every round, but that's the fun. I mean, you look at one game and suddenly another one is opening up, so it should be fun. But we will try to improve it.
Okay, so see you very soon. Okay, I think that we are live here.
Yes.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Team Championship. I think Grandmaster Viswanathan and Anand is doing a very good job. I hope that you will agree with us. So the second round is about to start. I think that we should look at the results and the pairings
Yes.
of the next round. But first the results, the rankings. It will allow us to talk a little bit about the format, because there were so many things that we had to talk about the first round, so we might have forgotten. So what are the pairings of the second round? Okay, first the tournament table, the Pool A. China won against South Africa. Yes. Okay, let's. Okay.
So China, Spain, and Ukraine.
Yes, Spain beat Netherlands, and Ukraine won against France. And you have the Pool B, where Azerbaijan won against Uzbekistan, the United States of America beat Poland, and India drew their match against Israel. And that's a new system we're having here. Yes, Vishy? We have two pools. 4 teams will qualify for the final stage of the tournament, and then we will have the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. Yes, so when they will fight for the World Team Championship title. Okay, let's have a look at the pairings, of course, of the second round. And even the second round might be crucial for some teams already.
Yes, in these kinds of events, 2 wins in the first day, and you might be through almost, especially if you beat at least one of your nearest rivals. You might be through, so important to have a good start.
And as you can see, France doesn't have a very easy debut in this event, because they faced the Ukraine, and now they have to play against the team of Netherlands. Anish Giri is still not here. Nevertheless, those are street fighters. You have 2 brothers, Jordan Van Forest and Lucas Van Forest, Varmedam Max, and Kivlishvili Robbie, who is a new player for me. I think he never played for the Dutch team before.
No, I wasn't.
Then you have South Africa against Ukraine, and as you rightfully said, if Ukraine wins this match, it almost guarantees them the qualification for the next stage. And Spain is playing against China. China, this is the team of the dark horses. Yes, we don't know them, but they won their first match convincingly, and they might continue their winning streak.
Yes, but they are always very motivated. You know that many of them perform very well in the Chinese league, but then don't travel abroad, and so you have this gap in knowledge. However, I must say that I'm not extremely familiar with the things, but Lu Shanglei is obviously quite well known to me, and the other players, I have seen their games quite often. They can put pressure on every board. It's hard also to prepare for them, because if you don't have the same number of games, then you're working on a lot of assumptions as to what they play. Typically within a country, there will be groups of players helping each other, so you can think, if he's working with that person, maybe who knows.
Well, I've suffered a lot. I played these Chinese leagues, and I can tell you that those players, they're always eager to fight, and they're almost always underrated, because they do not play so many tournaments. So the ratings, and of course here, what you see are the rapid ratings. The ratings should not fool you. We never know. And here are the pairings of the Pool B. United States of America is playing against Azerbaijan. You have the team of Israel playing against Uzbekistan, and India will try to win a match against Poland, because I think they might nurture some regrets after their first round.
I think so. I think India probably has the sense that it slipped away from them. Not in a massive way, but yes, and also 2 draws and you're kind of really slowing down. So then you'll need a lot of big results later. At any rate, what are you going to do differently? I would assume you're playing for a win in every game anyway. So what are you going to do differently? I don't think the time has come to take extreme risks or anything, but certainly healthy pressure is always a nice thing.
And now that the team competitions are almost always played on the 4 boards, is there a strategy which, for example, a team captain might advise to their players? Should you put pressure, of course, on white boards, but should you be solid with black, or you should play the opening where you can still, have some counter chances?
I think the player themselves will decide how they want to go about it. I think someone playing a solid position unhappily is worse than someone playing something that they feel suits their style. So you can't micromanage these things. The only thing is a captain, or it could be decided amongst the other players as well, that they say, against this person, he or she dislikes this, and so you can try for this. Maybe that's at most as it comes. I find it very hard to do these things. If somebody told me exactly what to aim for, I would... because it's so hard these days to get an advantage in the opening that you want to keep you need to take your chances and figure out what is risky and what isn't.
So this would be sort of artificially, directing the match.
I would not go around telling different players what style they should have. I'm pretty sure Ivan would. So Uzbekistan probably has very accurate instructions for every board. And so it goes. Every person has their own style about it.
Yes, you actually anticipated my question, of course, because Ivan Sokolov coached the Uzbekistan team.
Well, and he coached Bucharest in Austria, the European League. So I know what it's like. Every evening you tell me, Vishy, you can do this tomorrow. What are you saying? So it can be entertaining, yeah.
They're certainly looking at another medal in this tournament. They're hoping for another medal. But for the moment, the first match didn't go their way.
That's right.
At least as they hoped for. So you see their team on your screens playing against...
the Uzbeks are playing.
No, the Uzbeks are playing. The
Azeris are playing. Uzbeks are playing Israel. Yeah.
They have a lot of supporters here. Of course, it's their home field. Is it easy to play on your home field, on your home run, as you would say, yes, if using sports?
I don't think it's particularly easy, but you can block it out for most events.
It's home
turf. And it's home turf.
Yes.
And in a team thing, it's even more diluted because you can always pretend everyone is rooting for someone else.
So they're looking for a home run on a home turf. Yes, that would be a perfect sports metaphor. Maxim Rothstein is playing against... Did they change their lineup or not?
We'll have to look it up. I don't.
Yes, we will have to look at the games at the moment.
I think Ilya didn't play earlier, right? The first round. So
yes, there is
there is one change.
Yes,
Ilya is now playing.
Change. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's have a look at the games, but we don't have enough moves. Yes, maybe we can have a look at the openings.
Yes, so they're just developing the pieces. Let's see the game. Though once again, I'm going to try refreshing a few times because the moves are coming in fast. Yes, okay. And Shakhriyar is trying to resuscitate another line which is dead and buried. So
you would have to explain what does it mean in chess jargon, dead and buried.
Oh, it's true. It's actually for Queen E2. But I thought this was the C3 G6. Which Karpov and Korchnoi famously played, and Karpov won this in 1978. But it's in fact for Queen E2, so excuse me, it was my thing I got wrong. But Shak has this habit of choosing offbeat lines, interesting lines, always a line where perhaps a fresh look has thrown up something new, but which is thought to be dubious, and so the opponent didn't give enough attention. After Queen E2, I don't know. The point was, after C3, this was not supposed to be good because they did something like this, knight E5, F4, and this was this game. But after Queen E2, G6, let's see, c3. If you go bishop g7, then I can do the same again and go for f4.
It's even better with the queen on e2.
Yes.
So let's say knight d7 and f5, just to show how strong this might be. Or knight c4, if you have a preference.
I was thinking maybe to put it on d3, but I don't know. Yeah, so anyway, we'll see this. But Shaq has these original ideas. Let's see how it works out. I don't know if you can deviate, because if you do this, maybe I can play d4 instead. Does that work? I suspect knight e4 is going to be very unpleasant, because I'm going to land a check here, and this might not work.
Then knight e4 and queen e4, of course, and the knight c6 is hanging, so...
Yes.
Well, the surprise.
So in fact, actually, they have gone for this. So maybe or maybe this was cup of fortune, because they might have thrown in queen.
Well, I can certainly check it in the database, because I do not remember the.
Yes, why don't you have a look? This old cup of fortune game. I'm.
Because we'll have, yes, I do it all the time, because I cannot get into something else unless I have an answer. So we will check it. But by the way, do you think that the surprise value is more important in the rapid games? Well, like especially, even if you have a dubious position, you still have to know a very precise way how to react.
My general feeling is that surprise value is becoming important in every time control. Maybe less in classical than in rapid, but still it is maybe the single most important factor, because it's so difficult to get your opponents out of their prep, especially if they're checking lines with the computer. It's very easy to analyze it till the end, but you catch them somewhere new, even if it's slightly dubious. Chances are they'll forget how they're supposed to react and go for it.
I don't know. I must be doing something wrong. Let me just have a look at the games immediately, and then I don't know. It's like, no, it's not. It's not the right one. I had to pick the database, of course. So.
There is actually another Anatole. Okay, while you're searching, let's just have a quick rundown. This is an interesting thing. Here, white has put the F rook that has certain importance, because I think there comes a line when black will go queen c7. And crazy as it seems, black will allow this move and then come out. I have to jog my memory a little bit here, but it's very funny that you actually sacrifice this and come back. Oh no, it might be after g4 then, sorry. I think it's after g4, yeah. In this position, or rook c1, queen c7, I think it pops up. Anyway, knight d7. If you capture, then black gets a nice thing which you can run here. I guess white will go rook g4. And off we go into... this is cup of fortune. So in fact it was...
Yes, like so, by the transposition, actually. That's what I wanted to tell you. We'll get back, yes. But
so it was queen e2.
This is also a very nice looking position for white. And how are you dealing with your bishop on c8 here?
Knight h5. Actually, once the knight has crossed this barrier from coming from b8, then bishop d7, c6 and capture whichever knight happens to be loafing around is a good idea for black. So black will do something like this and capture either the e4 knight or the f3 knight. But it's important not to play knight c6, because after b4, the knight doesn't have an easy path after that. Though it looks like it's defending this pawn, it's actually slightly out of play. And if I went like this and you went queen e4 and bishop d3, you don't have any piece defending this square. So this is one of those positions where it's preferable to get the knight to
d7, knight f8.
Knight f8, that's right.
But then the last question, and the position that you analyzed after rook g4, you have knight h5. Should I play knight g6?
Yes.
Just the one that...
I mean, I've seen some idea like knight h5.
Well, first it's black to move, bishop d7, knight h5, and knight g6. And
I've seen some idea like h4, with the idea of knight takes g7 and h5. So, these lies are kind of concrete. So I probably... Okay, we'll get to it. I don't remember the theory exactly there, but we'll get to it.
Well, now I can remind you now that I have my database.
Yes.
So, okay, so let's get back to...
Let's get to this Karpov thing, because it's a very crucial match. Crucial game and a crucial match, Neiman against the thing. So he's got knight d3. Kochno, in fact, went knight c4.
Yes.
So that is one relevant improvement.
The only thing that queen e2 happened later in this game, so yes, of course, it was a transposition, bishop d7, knight d4, knight d5, f4, knight c4.
So let's just see where this goes. I go f5, you capture, I capture, and he's going to g8. Yeah.
So that's the...
And here, this knight is not so easy. In the Kochnoy game, this happened. Same idea, rook g8. But white was able to exchange this and just play bishop c2, and pieces developed very harmoniously. So this is not the current position, or it is.
So they deviated after knight e6. Is this an improvement? Right.
I would have to say it must be.
It should be.
It should be. If he doesn't play f5, I don't see what else he's going to do. So...
Knight e5, of course, maybe then rook g8, the same move. Maybe we should analyze the same line.
Yes. I don't see anything else obvious. If we go bishop c2, I capture here and I just play. Because
if you castle, then
yes.
I would go f5, or not?
I don't know if you'll go f5, because then I run with the bishop.
I just simply run with the bishop.
And if you played b4, I could capture here and, let's say, throw in a pawn, and I've solved my problem. I mean, black is not worse here. But, so this is interesting. Let's try and figure out. If I play f5, you will capture, I capture. One of the advantages, the bishop can come to e5, for instance. Though bishop c2 is going to be annoying, but I mean, it's just there are multiple options for black here. Bishop e5 might not be that great. Okay, so...
But then if we make the most natural move, rook g8...
It has to be rook g8, right? Yeah. And let me go here. You will capture, and I will capture, and then try to bring a rook here and so on. But black's hope is to castle long before anything bad happens, right?
Can I play queen g5 here?
Because it's pinned, I would gain knight f3 with the tempo.
Yes, and then I wanted to go somewhere like queen h5.
g4 or h5.
Yes. And I still want to castle long.
I'm not thrilled with the queen wandering around like this, but let's see. If you go here, first thing is I could attack you with queen e3, and you first have to move the knight. One sec, I'll just get rid of that arrow, magic arrow. I don't know why it's rotating with me. Okay. Oh, God. Whatever. So...
queen e3, knight d7. Could I go... No.
How did I get this arrow off the board?
With the right click, maybe?
Thank you. Voice of reason. But now I can even go knight g5.
Okay, knight g5, yes, it looks very dangerous.
No, bishop e5 might just work.
Well, you mean, of course, then rook g5, but then maybe we can go... Okay, because if you castle long, I still have queen a7 here. I'm not sure that...
yes, that's why I wanted to do something fast
will work.
You're stuck in the center. I mean, even something like this is great compensation, right? White. So it's... But I'm really curious what Shak has. I'm sorry, I should call him Shakhriyar. It's just, I like. It must be Rook Jade. I can't see something else. Maybe something very sophisticated like Bishop F6.
No, maybe now that the bishop is not on C2, maybe you can play Queen G5 here. Then you will. Is this?
That is. What if I took it?
I'll take.
And I took on D5. But you could just castle.
And
long.
now castle long. And Bishop E6, you can take Knight E6, even because the knight is protected, or you want to take with the pawn.
Whichever. I mean, I suspect white is not worse after this, but black may just have enough activity to handle everything. But I could also take with the knight and put the rook on E8. I'm not 100% sure that black is totally fine, because there's still Queen F3 with that weakness along this diagonal. Yeah. Or I'm threatening to delve with the bishop on E3. Maybe it's not that trivial. So Queen E5. Also, what if I took here first? Would that make a difference? But you would castle, and now I could take this, and you would have to take with the pawn, because if you took with the knight, I could just tell everything. Is your queen trapped? It is trapped.
Now it is trapped, but I
Isn't that beautiful?
No, but I have H4, yes.
No, actually you have knight F4, which...
But how are you trapping it after Queen H4? G3?
There's a knight on F4.
Yes, you see, I'm starting to blunder this backwards move.
Yeah,
so
but knight F4, suddenly I'm wondering how we finish the job here. Hang on. I mean, I can go... No, Queen F3, Queen F5.
Queen F5.
This is insane. Knight takes C1. Maybe I make some move like Queen. This doesn't trap it. You have Queen G4. Okay, I'm finding this hard to believe. Okay, C1, Knight F4. Because suddenly...
Can you take... No, Rook F1, then you go back, because I was thinking Rook F4, Rook F1, but then...
I could go Queen C2, and I'm like defending the knight indirectly. And this probably is close to winning.
But
anyway.
Shakhriyar went for the line with Knight C1, so he didn't play any of it.
Is that the...
No, that's our analysis, of course. I think he played F5 was on the board, and he played Knight C1, Rook C1. That's... unfortunately, we don't get the moves so fast. We don't have the moves at all.
Yeah.
Okay, let's figure this out, because I think that the program has a small bug. As usual, we have a few technical difficulties during the route.
Okay, let's see what he's done from the video feed. Oh, he's taken on thing and gone Bishop F6. Okay.
Yes, we didn't consider this option somehow.
No. But to me, stylistically, it doesn't look so nice for Shakhriyar, because you get a very iffy pawn for more trouble than it's worth, it seems to me. I mean, if you're going to get into a mess, you want more action at the end of it, no more pawns or something. After Bishop F6, let's say I play Queen E3. Okay, I'm still not getting the feed here.
Actually, what is interesting about these team competitions, I was thinking that, especially when you're a top-level player like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, it's not very often that you get to play against the opponents that, well, you don't know already. He's played so many games against the elite players, but I'm pretty sure this might be a first over-the-board encounter against Hans-Smoke Niemann.
No, they played in Sinkerfield, didn't they?
The last year.
This year.
This year.
I think he played Shakhriyar in the second round.
Yes, I remember the game. Yes, I remember the game. Yes, of course. So it's actually, okay.
Which means that they probably played the Rapid and Blitz together before that.
Yes.
And so on, so on.
But the question was, of course, like, what was the opponent against whom did you play like the most of the games? Like, and do you get these feelings like, oh no, you again? Well, maybe some new blood. Is this Vladimir Kramnik? I was not sure.
For whom? For me?
For you, yes.
For me, it's hard to remember because we haven't played for 3 years now in classical events. But yes, at one point, Kramnik, Topolov, Gelfand, Ivanchuk, I mean, we had games over 2 decades, so it adds up. Of course, now they play it in one day, some match where they play 40 games. But
so you're playing the same opponents, the same tournaments. Didn't you have the?
Literally, we would play in Vacanze together. Then we would travel to Linares together. Then we'd go to Amber together. Then we'd play the Hermanos together. There were a couple of years where literally the first 4 months we all played. So it adds up, and then we played Dortmund together. So there was a very fixed circuit that we would take part in.
So didn't you get this feeling that the tournaments should be formed, maybe of course in a different way, so that let's say you would have like half of the field who would represent the younger generation, and like to mix it up,
That is the concept of Vacanze.
Yes.
Which they always mixed it. Whereas if you take Linares, for instance, they were quite committed to the other format, which is top-heavy rating and so on. But Vacanze always and nowadays, what has happened is their mixed field has caught up with them. So what has happened with a lot of the youngsters they are having is they are top 20 players themselves. So it no longer is as if we're giving a big chance. Okay, so
we have the games now. Yes.
Hans Niemann has actually gone Bishop C2. So let's try to figure out what his compensation is. After Queen D7, what would he do? Queen E3 probably. Again, I don't understand why Shakhriyar is doing this. It's not a big material advantage. And, maybe he has it worked out, but then why is he thinking? And if he's figuring out at the board, this is hardly worth the trouble. I mean, White's position is quite nice, I think.
Well, maybe he's taking well-calculated risks, but for the moment we cannot find how to make it work.
Yes, but all this you would expect.
Because White's play is so simple.
It's fairly simple and nothing much you can do. And then here we are. Bishop C2 has happened. We discussed what happens after Queen D7. Okay, while he's thinking, why don't we shuffle around and see what's happening in other games? That was another thing. Let's have a look at Vidit and...
maybe we should have a close look at every game.
Every game, okay. So since we did that match, let's see how the Azerbaijan USA is going. This is solid lines, two solid guys, and they'll. What I recollect is this is supposed to be okay for black if you play carefully. Then we have Alexander Onishchuk. That is very nice. He's made an exchange sack out of it.
What is this, the King's Indian?
It may not have been entirely voluntary, because if you do this, then Queen B6 and then F4. But, got them. The dreaded one again. But I would play this, because I think this is very nice for White. With this thing and the king slightly drafty. It's very nice. If I play queen e7, you could play knight f1. You could play queen g1.
Oh, queen g1 is...
And you also have rook e4 if you want, though I might not volunteer that. I think I'd prefer knight f1 because I like this pawn in f5. It's stopping this bishop from ever coming out. So I like that as a backstop there. Okay, that's interesting. It seems to come from some King's Indian. It might not have been
it's not a very orthodox King's
Indian. He might have known
Indian.
already here, knight d2, knight e8, I have to sack the exchange if this happens. Okay, let's move on. Unievsky has recovered from the Mentalist, and he's decided to try the Petrov.
No, it looks like a Berlin, I think, no? Or a Berlin-looking Petrov.
Oh, you're right, it is a Berlin.
No, but of course a lot of lines converge into Petrov's structure.
Okay, so we got this structure, which is, and white exchanged this thing immediately. So this, yes, now is a Petrov, then was a Berlin. No, that was a Berlin, then I don't know. Okay,
so they have a very similar structure, of course, especially in these lines. So very often black would play bishop d6 and exchange the dark square bishops.
But you can also play a6. If this rook had been over here, then bishop d8 is an attractive plan, but because you cover this pawn as well. But here, some version of that, h6, a6. To take away, white has some annoying threats. He wants to go here, so you might want to play a6 and so on. But if you play a6, then I have one more move to do this. I can go rook e3.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6.
You'll take and rook e1, yes?
I don't know whether I'd throw in knight g5, but I could do something like this and play rook e1. And the thing is, white has got the file. So that could be worth something. Doesn't seem to me to be a lot.
But here I have studied a few games here. Very often white plays h4, I think, and it doesn't seem much, but white has a very slight advantage, which is steady.
Yes, quite often the modern understanding of chess is that many years ago we stopped a bit early. There was life in the position. Okay, let's see what with it and. This was oh
my goodness! Take away those those flashes, absolute like errors.
So here, black is claiming that with his knights and especially this critical square, it's not worth a lot. White is going to try and make hanging pawns out of it. Even knight d2, forcing the matter. And in theory, somebody could get worse if they misplayed it, more likely black. But black also has some strengths. If he plays the pawn to a4, then it fixes this pawn here, and then there's a potential rook f b8, rook b3 sometime in the distant future. So that's an opportunity. On the other hand, if I did rook f d8, I don't know that white would jump and play a4 necessarily.
Should white play c4 here?
I would like to play cd5 and play against this weak pawn, but if you play d4, I don't get what I want. So, looks equalish to me. Let's have a look at bishop f8. As you can see, it's completely equal material and all that, but white can play for a very small edge. Something like a4, which forces black to either make a decision over here, or after these pawns have been exchanged, white has a knight which could go there, and black's bishop is the wrong color for this square. But again, if black plays carefully, it's hard to see that he's going to get into trouble. Oh, a4 happened on the board? Not yet. Anyway.
I wanted to ask you, can I play d5 here? Can I react in a very dynamic way?
It is possible, but then there are multiple options. I suspect this is one of those things where what I said, if you play accurately, it should be okay. If you take this, you can take this. Now you can take a pawn, but you won't defend it very long, or you can make a fast pawn, but I have my own strengths after d4. And this pawn is weak. So there are multiple choices. Maybe a4 is not the best move. I just brought it out. White would obviously like to play bishop g5, but it's a bit late for that.
That's why I always like this move, h6, of course, because one of the positional ideas in these openings, especially when you play bishop g5, bishop f6, you play, and when c5 is played, you play with the knight against this bishop.
Correct. Also, maybe here it's not a bad time to do this and put the knight back on c3. Even if you land on d5, you'll get the c6 square. So after something like this, no, not there. I could bite the bullet and do this, and then land a rook on c6 and try to take the c file. So maybe c takes b5 is not a bad move right now. We'll see what happens.
Let's get to the next game.
SL Narayanan against Mateusz
Mateusz, yes.
So it reminds me of these Petrovs where black tries to put a piece on the king side to stop white analyzing. So white will do this now. Sometimes they'll play knight h2. You almost have a feeling of a rodeo where the knight is jumping everywhere to kick this bishop off, right? So the knight will jump to h2, you'll play g4, and then it will come back. And is white better?
I don't know. After rook d g1, I will have to come up with a move.
I mean, black could make a move like this just to ask white how he's going to defend that one. White goes knight h2.
But do you threaten to sacrifice on g6 at some point or not? Like, or it's too early?
I can't see a position where that works.
No, after I was looking at bishop f3, g takes f3, and then it becomes...
Oh, then of
yes,
course. But even then, even f4 and h5 is very... I might not even need to sacrifice the pieces, is what I mean. It might be very strong.
Of course, so then it's not an option.
Okay. So this game we will return to at some point, but first let's have a look everywhere. Okay, so Jaime has played f4 and e5, and I would say black is doing well now because he's going to exchange this bishop. I don't know how we got the light show, but anyway, the bishop will come here. And then it's over with the attack, and black's doing well. So
looks like a position from the Queen's Gambit accepted, but white didn't
except
win the
there's an extra pass pawn sitting
exactly.
d4,
So you
right?
didn't take it back, and I don't see how are you going to do this. Maybe what can you play here? To
I
get
don't
it
know.
back?
I feel like white's lost his way here a bit.
And if you play bishop b5, then let's say I will take, you will exchange the queens, but then I
This
can
is
take...
very unusual. I had not seen this plan
Yes.
before. Okay.
Just one last question, because he played knight e4, but I was thinking, let's say bishop b5, because when you take twice, then I can get my pawn back, and maybe this position
Yeah, that is true. I can think, and I think I would even
It's a
pause
bit
for this, not to allow b4, and then maybe rook d3 and pile on this pawn. But after knight e4, I can poke you here, ask you where your rook is going, then go back to c6, capture later. My opinion, black is just better already.
Okay, so not only black has solved all the problems in the opening, but he's better.
That would be my hunch.
So rook d2, bishop c6, rook d1 back, and okay. Then you
Rook
can
d2, I could play this if I wanted. Because then you can't stop me playing b4. Because if you do this, I'll capture that. And if you take, then this was pinned against it. The rook is no longer defending. Okay. Before we move on, or rather, before we get stuck here, let's just quickly see what's happening here. Wow. Very strong bishop on c4. Clearly the lack of b pawns means it can't be threatened. And black has nice plans of knight e5, d3 check, and so on.
What is this, some crazy Nimzovich?
It's the f3 Nimzo. But white can do something like this, and if black comes here, then you do rook d1, and you pull out. The thing is, the structure, this king-size structure is very nice for white. So once he puts a knight on f4 and a rook on d1, it's also very pleasant. Black's aim, I guess, is to try and play f5 somewhere, or queen f6, knight e5. And what's more, I think something like this might just be a draw.
Then queen
you go queen
d2,
d2 and you never get out, kind of thing. So, how do they get this? Ah. Okay. Alexei, this is a better off.
Okay, we have 300 errors once again.
And I didn't even do that. Okay.
White is no longer on c6. So what did they have? The classical.
Obviously, white is one move away from being almost winning, but after bishop here, black is going to take on e5. So how does white get about getting bishop e3, d4 into the game?
I was trying to have a look, like what was the line is with bishop d3, bishop d6, how did they get to this position? Then c4, c6?
Yeah, bishop d3, bishop d6, so quickly.
c4, this is, okay.
Rook e8.
Classical line.
Yes.
Rook e1.
Bishop d2's thing. This is, I think, worked out to a draw now. Maybe it's bishop f4. No, not here, I think. One second. Is it bishop f4 here? Rook e1, bishop e6. Maybe.
Why bishop f4? Why can't you play bishop c7?
Because after rook e1,
and then rook c8, yes.
What, sorry?
No, I was thinking bishop e6, you wanted to keep your rook on c8 and then bishop c7.
No, the problem is I can do knight g5. And that's why bishop f4. There is some finesse like this, but honestly, I can't tell you what's wrong with g3 then. Are you really going to hit 6? So I don't think it's that vital. But I think this line is supposed to be just equal. Bishop e6 and
queen d7.
Yes.
Or h6 first. It depends, yes, of course.
Yeah, no, rook e1, h6. But anyway, Alexei went bishop d2, and it wouldn't surprise me if all this they both knew before the game. Okay, and Danilufa has very good composition with the exchange.
Well, Daniel Yufa has changed his federation at the end of the last year, and he plays for Spain, like for the first time.
Right.
He's actually an extraordinary piano player, by the way. Did you know this?
No, I did not.
Yeah, like he participated in one show, and I was absolutely amazed because he was playing on piano while also playing a game of chess blindfolded. You know, this was the stunning performance for me. So, and very often.
Can you play a piano blindfolded?
I couldn't, but you know that very often during the tournaments, if there is a piano, he comes to the hotel lobby and he plays.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so for like all the guests and the chess players. So let's have a look at this position. So he sacrificed an exchange.
How did it happen? Okay, they had one of these Catalan things. Okay, wait.
So he took on probably bishop c3, yes, like it happened.
Yes. And that's how they got this position, okay.
Actually, it's a very interesting idea, especially when your bishop is on g2. So to sacrifice an exchange in this way.
And also here we see that this pawn has come to e5, fixing this one as this bishop, and now it's a bit dead. And he's got a very, very good fortress. But still, white will be able to try and open more files here, maybe g4, g5 somewhere, I don't know. Or fe5, I think that open file won't be enough. White is missing the square.
So maybe like bishop f1, bishop
and b4
c4.
is not really happening, yeah. Bishop f1, but then I bring my king up and
bishop
what is...
c4, king e7 and king e3.
Yeah, but now I get to kick your bishop all over the place.
Okay, and you will play...
And if you do this,
Yes.
then I'm able to help myself to that pawn. Which
Yes,
could be
no,
an
this I
incentive,
don't
yeah.
like it also. I have to do it...
However, if you had thrown in this move before...
Yes, maybe I can take, yes, on e5.
If you're somewhere you're thrown
Yes.
it in before,
Then I would have king e4.
you would have king e4, but still, if I play knight b3, your rook has to go to either here or here to avoid this check. Okay, it actually doesn't matter if you go here. Then I'll play c4.
And knight
And next one, knight c5
knight.
check. And so this is working nicely. Okay, so China's not doing well on any particular board. Oh, have they actually played this? Or is... wait, let me refresh. Oh, they have actually played this, okay.
But with the rook, the difference is the rook is on d1. He played
didn't
bishop
play bishop
d5,
a4.
yes, immediately. So.
My ultra sophisticated.
And can he take on d4 now? But still, you have rook d4 and bishop b4. Then I will
Well,
take
you can
on,
take with the knight.
Yes.
And then
Can I play
you
rook
can't play bishop
c4?
b4 because of b4.
Maybe even rook c4 is possible.
Okay, so knight takes, if he goes, knight takes d4, black plays rook c4, and now you're threatening rook takes d1 and rook takes e4, right?
Because your pieces are overloaded here.
Yes. And if I can't do this anyway because it works. Yeah, it's also fine for black.
I think we have to go to the other group, yes? The Dutch
Yes,
and the French,
there
yes.
is,
We missed one match, and also Ukraine against South Africa.
Yeah. Hey, this is a very competitive position. White's pawns are not going to be easy to advance, and white is missing things. So I don't know how I'd evaluate it, but
Black
I think one idea is to play
here.
bishop e3, to play rook a1 and try to land on a7 maybe. I don't know if you would play this or taking the a file, or you play knight f6 first just to get it to some square like d5.
But let's say here, if given the choice, if I would play knight b6, you should take bishop b6 and play with the knight against the bishop or not?
It's not clear to me why you would do that.
No, that was my. I was not sure. Like, how would you
bishop
react?
f6 and
Yes.
I have rook b1 and maybe c4, but
How can
I'm
you
not very
advance your
convinced,
pawns? But then, how do you do after you will play c4?
but knight b6 I have such moves now.
I wanted to.
I mean,
start
maybe
with-
what you're saying is
Yes.
if it could happen in theory.
Yes, like
But I think here the first danger is I want to go rook a1. Vasily has not made a move yet, but no, what is
no. The bishop is on d2.
Yeah.
He played bishop d2.
He's just gone bishop d2. So in fact, it's black to move. The question is, should he go rook a8?
Maybe he was worried about the protection of his c3
C3
pawn, like
pawn,
rook
yeah.
c8, bishop f6. So it's also a very nice prophylactic move. And then
And it does open the possibility of c4. So let's say you go here, I can go c4, bishop takes b4. And then pin the piece, so that could be helpful for him. Right. Let's see what Kovalenko is doing. He's winning a pawn and probably the game. Let's just do that in slow motion.
Do you know that Igor Kovalenko joined the Ukrainian forces?
Yes, I have seen a photo of him with his flak jacket or something.
Sure, I think
yes.
It's absolutely incredible for me that he's taken part in this tournament, and I think one of the first tournaments for him for a while, and especially given the situation. So he's one of the world's best rapid players. And I remember that I read his interview and he said that actually he is dreaming about playing a game of chess. Like it brings him such joy. And I'm really glad that the Ukrainian team has made it to this tournament. So, well, they won their first match, and now he is once again a grandmaster.
Yes. Didn't the coach Solipa also participate in some way?
I'm not sure about this because
okay.
here, I was really, I was reading a lot of articles and reports, and Igor gave a few interviews because he couldn't, of course, give a lot of information.
Sure.
But it was very insightful for me and very inspiring also. So.
Okay, let's see the.
He didn't forget how to play.
I know.
And he's doing very well.
Here, the third board, South Africa seems to be much worse. Maybe not much worse, but worse. And I think Ukraine is doing very well with the back to boards. But South Africa is always going to have problems on four boards because you never know when something goes wrong. But I'm sure they'll fight very hard.
Okay. So Jordan van Voorst, first of all, is a very aggressive player.
Yeah.
And he's always up to the challenge.
So.
And here.
Normally.
Here we are talking about the Grunfeld.
Yes, it's the Grunfeld. H4 happens, takes, knight A5, and now this interesting move, bishop D5. So if E6, then I come back, but I've stopped your bishop from coming out. Presumably that's the logic, but
forgive me, but I think like with the bishop on c4 no, the bishop is on a3. It reminds me of the game between Spassky and Stein, like some crazy game where Spassky played h4. It was knight a5, bishop b3, knight b3, but I think the bishop was not on e3. That's a slight difference, so I was not sure. But the same idea, black used the same idea. And Spassky was given a choice in between bishop d3, bishop b3, but here bishop d5 is completely new to me.
Yeah. It's literally white is willing to lose a tempo just to provoke e6. So a4 happened, bishop d7. Now bishop g5. I guess it's just modern chess. So black's big problem is how do you play e6 without allowing knight f6 check. And I don't know the answer to that. One idea is the...
Can we wait or just play a rook move?
Yes, but hang on. Can I go f6?
6?
Ugly?
Yes. Okay, let's say bishop e3.
And now f5.
And now f5.
No, I think I will do this. I mean, I don't know if e5 works. But if we take this, then I'll go d5 and take
rook
here.
e4.
And there's a knight coming to e6.
Knight e6. And you also have knight h5 at someone. Maybe like if it's possible.
Yes.
To sacrifice if your knight goes away, of course. So.
And if I play f5 right away, I don't think f3.
But can we do the same? Like if you play knight f4 and d5, then why doesn't it work?
And I can't.
Can you take on d4? That was my question. If you can't take, then the same line.
I don't know. Maybe even ef5 starts to work. If you do this, I take. take here? Could be a stroke of luck or maybe not.
Rook f4. Bishop h6.
Yes.
Yes. And bishop h6, queen h8. Let's just put something on the board.
Yes, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I was trying for.
What we call mate. It's not very often that we see a mate on the board. And in the recent game that young Krzysztof Duda played against Anish Giri online event, he sacrificed the queen, and it was a very nice line where I think Anish Giri should have allowed the mate on the board. It was very beautiful. Did you allow a mate on the board once in your career? Just for the beauty of it?
No, because I didn't see it.
Oh.
No, I realized my position was totally busted, and the World Open, I made a move. I was basically waiting to resign. But even I was shocked when my opponent delivered mate in one, took my score sheet.
So
I thought he could have at least waited for me to...
It was brutal, is it?
Yeah.
Actually, you Patzer signed this score sheet. And how old were you at that time?
It was 1 month before I won the World Junior Championship. It was one of these Philadelphia Opens. But anyway. Okay, so I'm not completely convinced by Jordan's position, but for the moment it's holding up.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
After F5, what happens to like rook c6, pawn takes c6, and knight e7? Does it work?
Actually, you're probably right.
But I would take with the pawn first, maybe, and then rook e8.
But then you have this problem after e5, you're forced to return the material.
Yes, but
so
I will.
What you would, so what you would end up doing is donating it back.
You think that f takes c4 is more precise here.
Right. And then you capture. No, here your rook is getting into the 7.
Because in that variation I would trade the rooks first. So I was thinking maybe this was...
But how would you play? You'd play
yes, rook f5, yes. And then rook e1, and then queen f5. That was...
But I was just not sure I should allow this, but maybe it doesn't matter for the moment. Because I can't play bishop s6 easily or bishop e5 easily. Yes, you're right. You can play rook e7. Well done. One of our audience.
Yes, of course. This is a novelty for us.
Okay.
Yes, let's get back to the second game.
Black. I wanted to say black is better, but then I see that white still has this possibility to improve his bishop.
What I'm worried about is Jules is a very emotional player, of course, and he just, after losing the first game, he wants a revenge, so he wants to win immediately, so he would forget about this first round, and he starts to play very quickly, and but this is not the case.
But he's not playing quickly.
Yes, exactly.
It's Lucas who's playing quickly. He has 31 minutes now.
And what was the opening? It was classic Italian, yes?
Yes, it was another one of these Italians. I don't know why these arrows are sitting there. But anyway, yeah.
This is also such a nice version of this position for black, because you've exchanged your dark square bishops. You have this typical e5, d6 pawns, but...
it looks like a Kalashnikov.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's what I want to say. But you have the control over the dark squares. You have the c5 for your knight. Your play is...
By the way, the last time I was in Jerusalem, I came with Anatoly Karpov for the celebrations, and Karpov brought along a friend of his. So we have this conversation. So he says, by the way, Vishy, I want you to meet my friend, Mr. Kalashnikov. The Kalashnikov.
The Kalashnikov.
No, not the Kalashnikov.
Not that one.
I guess he passed away a while back. But anyway, for a second I was very impressed to meet Mr. Kalashnikov. So, what you? Right here, Jerusalem. So, and Fresine is
trying to equalize.
not even really. I can't believe that he has serious problems. But yes, anytime you play this move F5 and when he has a little space, you have to be a bit careful. I would say very much under control, but some awkward moves there. I don't see, what will you play next? H6. And if bishop F4, he might just go for rook D8. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of course, I can maybe play H6.
Can you play rook D6 here?
Yes. I take. Mm-hmm. And you cannot defend this pawn very easily.
Because king F7, you have
king
rook
F7,
C7,
you have
yes.
check. Mm-hmm. And you can play rook F6 and say that every square I will run to a corresponding square, but who wants to play rook F6? I might play H3 and fix this pawn here. And okay, bishop rook D6.
Bishop,
what if I went?
One question, just I'm so sorry because usually I want to make a move.
Yeah.
In the position where you stopped after H3, can you play E5? How is this endgame if you take on F6? I was just curious.
Who wants to go?
Because I was thinking.
Well, the problem for you is if I do this and I play E3.
You start with E3 because I was.
Well, because
sure.
I guess at some point I want to play F4, and then I can take my king for a walk.
And you
but
keep your
when you get to about E6,
only then
you're suddenly not sure if H4 can appear. I wouldn't play it on normal grounds, but it might not be lost. I mean, maybe after, even E4, I have, the H pawn is still there. So it's one of those things where you can't be sure because after this, there's no way back, but the opponent gets an option.
But I just wanted
anyway,
to have a look at this.
Sure.
Yes, very unusual pawn structure. And
that is true.
Those pawn endings are
the reason I played E3 is because if you
run
run directly, then black can play F4 and suddenly we lose our... even here.
So I'll take, he takes. Mm-hmm.
So I'm threatening to come up.
Mm-hmm.
But
F5.
F5 and H4 doesn't work because you're just creating a pass pawn for me. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's a draw anyway if I come back and go to H3.
But it is very nice pawn and game indeed.
Yes.
Okay, but it was too far.
He's gone H6, has he?
Yes, H6, and I think that his opponent is still thinking. And what is the... Did we look at the last board yet?
Which was... we have actually forgotten Israel.
Maxim Lagarde. Yes. No.
No, this was that. This is some...
but we still have one left. Yes.
Oh, right.
We will finish,
right.
our kaleidoscope, and then we will concentrate on one game in particular.
I don't think Maxime has anything special. Looks about equal to me.
Okay, so this match is rather balanced, yes, because no one had any advantage.
Okay, let's go to Rothstein. He's got some space, slightly uncomfortable pawn, but this knight is fixed for her life. Okay, and Tamir Nabati. The knight has gone all the way there, but there's no way back. How did this happen? Knight F5.
So he missed this idea.
So there are three possibilities. One is black saw this but thought 3 pawns is good. Second, white saw this but thought the knight is worth more than 3 pawns. Third, that white didn't see it. After he blundered, he realized he has G3. So take your pick. Quite often my best move comes after my line ended, and then I realize, luckily I have a move. So that's how it usually goes.
But it's also, it's a very nice move to have in your arsenal when you blunder. But okay.
Yeah, when you blunder and get away from it, it's the best. Ilya is a pawn down, but excellent dark square compensation. But look, a pawn is still a pawn. And black still has a knight. So if I were to do something like knight g7 or knight d4, can I go knight d4? Yeah. Now, if I play bishop d7 and then reroute the knight to e6, and already I'm attacking this, isn't Ilya just lost? What happened?
Oh, and you have him on our screen. He's looking very worried. And red is a tomato.
To be honest, that's... I can't be that sure that that's his worried face, but certainly the position didn't seem to have gone well.
He has only 10 minutes left. His opponent spent like...
It's a pity, no? Here you don't have this rook e1, knight f1, knight e3 because of queen takes f8 mate. Otherwise it would work. But I think knight d4 is just very strong. Has it been played? No, we don't know.
Knight d4, you threaten queen f2, of course. And then would you take on b3? Oh, here.
Instead of knight d4, queen d6, I don't see anything wrong with it. Queen c3 check, I played d4. And then
c5,
c4 is coming and the pawns are washing over. I mean, I don't like doing this because then I have to worry about knight e4, but I can just capture on g3. Good. So Israel in trouble on one board at least. What did I do? Okay. And
we have
he dove against Evgeny Postny.
It's just what I saw that we have one game which was drawn. It was drawn like between Alexander Onishuk, and Gadir Guseinov, but we'll get back to it. For the moment, yes, we...
Actually, we haven't checked on Hans Smoke
against Shakhriyar, yes.
Again, for a while. Oh, wow. What happened here?
So he
Why did he come back?
No, because he saw that after queen d7, you had queen a3.
Yeah, but if I do something like this, he didn't like c5 probably. And then the queen develops out like this or something. But my God, knight d6 check or something. Okay, so he didn't like that. And he went knight d4 and black went queen e7. And then he let this happen. So the thing is, could he have done something differently? minutes, Shakhriyar is 19. So okay, queen e7, rook e1 piling on. So black was forced to take. Then he went knight b3. So white's fighting for all these lovely dark squares, and you can see the bishops. Black is lacking a dark square bishop. So as I said at the start of this thing, it seems like a lot of trouble for not much of a pawn, but on the other hand, this pawn is like granite. It's going to sit on d5 and this bishop can never participate like this. So white will have to find a way around that. a4. I didn't put that.
I don't know, like how those arrows magically appear.
Okay, he's got knight a5.
Yes.
Wait, queen b6.
But then queen d2.
Then he went rook d8. And there's no way to protect that, I think, because it's queen b5, then bishop d3, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Rook dg8, bishop a4, rook g4, and now knight c6, defending the pawn from the back. I will remove the arrows. White is 2 moves away from winning, which is rook e3, rook b3, and then it's handshake time. Black cannot put the knight here, rook here, because I have this check. Though that is, I have to say, at least disputable, because if this happened and you captured here, I would capture here thanks to this battery.
But maybe you should start by playing knight b8. So I need to get rid of this knight. And this is a very interesting defensive resource, and the d4 pawn is hanging as well. What can you do here? Maybe this was Shakhriyar's idea.
It might be a very good point. After knight c6, knight b8, maybe he just wants to tap in h3.
Can I play
Or-
knight c6 and knight d4 anyway?
You can indeed, yes.
Okay, of course
It's not, no, for instance, if you do it with the queen sack, if you play queen, if you go queen
Yes.
d4 check, you might
this
just
is a
be
better,
fine.
of course.
Well, yeah, rook f4, fc5, you can't play rook c1, and the king comes. Actually, after rook f4, you have to decide. You're going to either go to b5. If you play c5, I have b4 for the moment. But black's not going to lose this, right? He has enough compensation. So knight b8, it's not h3, so what does he want? Oh, did knight c6 is just a blunder? Shak is thinking, he has not played knight b8 yet. Let's just make sure we're not missing something obvious.
What else can you do here? You can go.
What do you
But
just
then I will
take?
take, yes, take, and
Queen d4 check, takes, rook takes, and now I would do this, but you king b7, you spoil everything. I thought I can hope for bishop c6, but no. Knight b8.
I managed to puzzle you. Do not give my pieces away all the time.
Why did he jump the gun? He could have, but maybe there's no other easy move. Instead of knight c6, maybe rook d1, I just go rook g8 and h5, h4 or something. Or even, no, I can't go knight b8, because then you come back to b3 and go to c5.
I wanted to tell you like a very quick story, especially even before the round started. There was this very nice girl who came here, and she said to me that, "Oh, you're doing the commentary with Mr. Anand. You're so lucky." And of course, do you play chess yourself? I say, "Well, I'm trying, of course." Even though that I haven't been playing lately so much, especially during the pandemic, so I played a few tournaments. But this year I was doing a lot of simultaneous exhibitions, and especially I was working with a lot of kids. And kids, we were talking about this earlier, that they are looking at you at the chess champion, but they also need to know, what are your performances? What are your titles? I was doing the simultaneous, and I was presented as a chess champion. Of course, it doesn't matter what you won in the past, but there was this one kid who always wanted to know, but okay, what did you win this year? What was your title? What was the tournament? And then, I said to him, well, this year I didn't win anything. So he told me, so you actually, this year, you're not the champion of anything. I was thinking,
Ouch.
well, you cheeky little creature, I will prove you wrong. And, then I had a chance to play in the French championship, like in a few months later. So I managed to win it. And, believe me, this last round, when I was playing the game, I was thinking, well, I proved you wrong. So come back, to the same school next year. And I will tell another story. So, it's actually important, because we were talking about chess players, but they become the heroes of our modern society. They inspire the generations of players, but they really need to know, what did you win this year?
It is a very valid question.
So it's not only about one game of chess. I think they're really looking at chess players.
Shaq has gone knight b8. He's just played knight b8.
Yes.
So, there
So
you go.
like, here I am. Like,
Yeah. This year I found knight b8 before.
yes,
4 minutes before.
yes. This,
Once I was talking to some juniors, and I asked them, do you study games from the past? Do you study the classics and so on? And they told me, yes, I've studied your games from Linares and so on. Not exactly what I had in mind, but thank you anyway. So
but
I try not to ask them too much this question because the answer can be quite embarrassing.
yes, you may not be pleased, but I think that made me thinking that I won the tournament almost out of spite. Have you ever won a tournament out of spite? Say I'll prove you wrong. No, I think it actually happened maybe when you won all the titles and then you unified the system. So I think when I think I've read an interview and you were saying that, okay, now, I feel like I deserve this.
Yes, that I don't have to explain anything
anymore. Yes, so that was winning a tournament out of spite, the World Championship.
I don't think I won the World Championship out of spite, but yes, spite of some people.
Yes, you proved them wrong.
Right. Onishchuk, this was a draw a while back. Okay. So black played this, and white's position is lovely, but maybe he didn't see how to make progress. I would not give a draw so quickly, was it?
I mean, something like rook takes e6 and queen e2. Does that work?
I thought it didn't. 1 second, I'll tell you why. Has this happened? Yes, it has happened. Okay, the problem with that line is if you go rook e6, f6, queen e2, I have knight takes e6. In fact, don't I have rook e4?
Yeah, rook e4 first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but my point was, you can do it like this and you save a pawn. But I can capture like this, or capture like this, and I'm still up material. But in fact, rook e4 clinches it.
So they went for the line. Okay.
Okay, so Ukraine is leading 2-0, but no big surprise there. And Vasily has made some progress, but it's still going to be difficult to push these pawns. Actually, no. If white gets queen c4, then things are happening. Okay, he's gone queen d5.
That's why he played, of course, queen d5. Well, it's not so easy for Vasily Ivanchuk. Kenny Solomon has put up quite a fight.
What should I do? Rook d1 maybe? But you still have to free yourself, but rook d1 looks like a place to start.
So can I play... Do you have a threat in one move? What happens? A position. We have a move. Rook c1 was played on the board.
Rook c1.
Yes, but I was thinking after rook d1, do you threaten bishop g5?
Oh, bishop e1.
Bishop e1. Okay. Yeah. So.
No, not bishop e1 because rook e2, rook e1.
Okay.
So I want to move the bishop somewhere.
Somewhere, yes.
But if black does this, I initially said this, but it doesn't work because you have this and the famous intermezzo. So rook c1 is prudent because white is actually threatening c6. So no, I don't want to do a promotion yet.
But I was planning to play knight b8 anyway.
Wait a minute. After rook c1, why is it gone? Yeah.
Yes.
Could I go bishop g5?
c6.
Bishop d2.
c7. That was my original idea. I'm not sure it works.
Bishop takes c1. C8 queen.
Yes.
I don't think you want to do a knight.
No, here.
Yeah, maybe that's a bit self-indulgent.
It's too much,
Yes.
no?
No, you can. You're right. With this, I have queen d1 check, and you cannot cover all these squares. So, yes, this might be bad.
You mean that after queen e1 you have queen d3, bishop e3?
Or something strong.
Yes.
Maybe this wins because you can't stop bishop b2 or something.
This is a very unusual line. Like, it's not easy to see.
Yeah, but bishop g5, what are my options? c6, bishop d2, maybe cd7.
But then, you want to d8 to promote and then to take on e2?
No,
I
want to do it the other way.
Yes, the other way. Yes,
The other way.
that's better.
But you have queen d3 check, which can mess things up a bit. I don't know how king e1 works. Okay, rook c1, bishop g5. What if I just go rook d1 here? Now if you go back to e7, I gain the move,
Of course, now.
Nice.
Can I exchange? But then is this so clear?
I would assume that you'll have to keep some amount of material.
You
And
cannot
if I
play
go
queen
king
e2.
f2, because you'll have to go knight f8, but this is getting risky for you, right?
Okay.
Rook d2, but you could go rook a1 check, but king f2, and once again you'll have to give way. So I guess this is not working. Bishop g5, rook d1 back.
But then there is a small tactical idea. I mean, in this position, when you take everything, and knight c5 might be a threat.
When?
Because, like, let's say when we took everything, on d2, rook a1, here in this position. So let's say queen c6, and I think you threaten to take knight.
Well, knight e5 shuts it down, right? Knight e5 wins.
Knight e5 immediately, okay.
Yeah.
Could we make it work with knight c5 before and then check? But no, I don't think so.
Quickly, let's see what's happening here. Actually, I don't like bishop g4. That bishop was granite. It was protecting f7 and stopping everything. I would have played king b7 and then exchanged queens as well.
But what happened? He took knight d4 and then queen e3. I don't like it's a
Wait a minute. So
fine
what
move.
can white do here? If he goes rook f4, I can take this. And if you go rook takes d4, I think his big trick is bishop f3.
Okay.
So how does
I still
can white
have
save
rook
this?
d2 there, no?
What if I take this and I take on f7? What's going on? Queen b2 is possible. Rook e4, I have queen h3 check. Then I have knight e6 check. Counter check. Or knight f5 counter check, yeah.
Bishop, even in the line which you analyzed, like when you stopped with bishop f3, don't they have rook d2?
Yes, but now I get everything I want.
And bishop e4, so you think this is...
And then one move later. Now it's 3-pawn advantage.
Oh, yes,
so
you have
it's
3
quite
pawns,
a lot,
of
yeah.
course. So he has to avoid this line. Okay, let me have a look if we have... So, yes, no more decisive games here.
Jules is in... maybe it's not hopeless because he's going to play b4 and bishop a4 maybe? No, but then I have knight c3.
It seems that Vidit has quite a nice advantage against Radislav Wojtaszek. And also, well, they're pressing on both whiteboards. Let's have a look here.
I'm not sure white's pressing a lot.
Well, I haven't seen the game yet, so how is this position? d4 was the last move.
Yeah. In fact, what we spoke about happened. White goes knight h2, then this happens, and he gets the h6 pawn.
Player is in deep concentration.
But you're right. Radek seems to be in big trouble. I would guess white is just winning here, right? Wait a minute. Did black blunder something?
But
he just allowed this pawn to drop, and he's gone rook e3. Okay.
yes, but this is a very unpleasant position to play for black, this type of structures. So
Yes.
even if you don't.
To be
give up a
fair,
pawn.
though, I underestimated that black can do this and he gets back up. So it might not be that bad. Well, it's a very interesting match.
Mhm.
This must be close to curtains, but
Maybe let's explain why after queen f4. Yes,
simply
takes
this
the
knight has no way to
side.
exchange itself with this knight. And white is threatening to bring his king up very slowly, do everything very slowly. Having said that, I don't know if there are any resources here. Okay, queen f4. How did it go so wrong? He went rook fd8, rook fd1. This could have been a good moment to play a4, I think, somewhere. Okay, so far all seems good. Oh.
Depeche Mode, yes, enjoys the silence. For someone who knows it's classic.
Yes, this got pushed back quite a lot.
Yes.
And this one has. Yeah, after this white. Perhaps you should have exchanged both pair of rooks because, conceding this file is too much. And here you have to lash out a bit. Maybe rook takes d1, queen d1, but his problem was after knight b6, suddenly the spin
Yes,
happens.
yes.
So somewhere here Vidit outplayed Radek very nicely. It was just maybe one lazy move here or there, but black got into trouble after this. And you can see once again this knight on e7 is terrible, but giving white a move like g4 for free then makes it much worse because the knight lacks this escape, it lacks this escape. Yeah, so at the moment, to me it looks hopeless, but always you have some resources based on simplifying into some endgame or the other.
Let's say after he takes f4. Yes, I was thinking about king f8 because you would need to protect this knight anyway. How should you continue here?
Generally, you want to wait for your opponent to make a mistake and solve the problem for you. But
So let's say you play king g2, you bring something, yes, king e8, king f3.
I don't know if this is an option.
So I was thinking about f5, then g5 and king f4. That was my idea.
Yeah, but I'm going to play f3.
No, I mean f5 for white. Let's say you make a move. Let's just make king f8, just to illustrate. I wanted to play f5. G takes f5, g5, and then king f4. Something like this.
Yes. It's also very good, but I would say that even gf5 must be very strong. Because if you do this, I go here, and I'm going to play rook b6 and threaten f6 check and so on. But
If you play rook b6, I wanted to play knight g8, knight f6, and to replace my knight.
But again, it depends when and where.
Of course.
So if it's my move now, and so you make some waste move, and you go here, then I'm able to do this and stop you developing and so on. So, okay, with it, I'm going to say is winning. SL Narayanan beat
So he won already. Let's have a look.
Oh,
at.
queen e4, and then is this position lost for black?
Was d4 the decisive mistake?
Maybe. I hadn't really got it, but
I think after queen e4, you don't have this escape square.
yes.
You don't have king e7. So.
Maybe some quiet move like this was possible instead of rook dh1 and then rook e8, because you free up this square for your king, and the rook maybe can come to e5 and trade something. Oh, but I hadn't really picked up on this. Queen e4, suddenly it's become very hard to make a move. So after this, and then white loops around and wins the pawn, and so he had to resign. Okay, that's a crucial win, because if Vidit wins his game as well, which looks likely, I don't even know why he went king f3. My idea was to go king h4 g5 even.
So you wanted to do Nigel's trick. King h2, king g3, king h2.
It only becomes Nigel's trick after it crosses
the
Rubicon.
Rubicon.
You have to go to h6. Till then, I think it's still standard operating procedure. But so then it's India's winning this match quite heavily. And like I said, once I missed that, and because he's getting back the pawn, it didn't matter so much. So
but how
it might not be that hopeless. But okay, white is threatening queen g6. So how is black going to solve that? I don't know. Maybe knight d5.
Knight g5, queen
But then
g6.
queen g6.
And what do you do here? Can you sacrifice in exchange, like rook e4 and then take on b2? Or this is too much?
Well, I will take. You have to take with this. And then maybe I play knight e7, kicking you out.
First knight e7.
Yes, and some knight f5 and so on. But it is an exchange. Hang on, let's see. Queen g6. And the problem for black is clearly that I take the knight with check. I don't know who's generating these arrows, but anyway. So knight d5, queen g6 is a big threat. He's gone bishop c5. Maybe he should have gone knight d5 first, without bishop c5. Because if queen g6, now
yes,
I can
now you don't
take,
have this, the same
you check. No, but it's winning anyway because of bishop g6
bishop
check.
g6.
It's not, sorry.
Your rook is protected.
My rook is protected from b4.
So queen, no, just show, of course, what we meant is like, and then you have king d8.
And that bishop is defending the rook. So maybe knight d5 was important. He went queen g6 and then, he went bishop e4, bishop c5.
Bishop
and now
c5.
White took the precaution of not allowing this exchange sack. So the bishop and queen, I think, White captures, and then bishop f2 check. Very, very sensible, good technique to not give these opportunities. And it is now Setu's move. If Nihal is saving this, we're fine, but Nihal is in big trouble.
Nihal, we haven't looked at this game for a while. Yes, what happened?
He went knight g3. Maybe d5 was worth considering already. So g6, a4.
Actually, he never went for d5 in this position because he didn't want to give the c5 square. Like, if you'll take knight d4, knight
I mean, this would be
c5.
amazing. If India wins two boards and still is in trouble because every other board is shaky. But how bad is this? I mean, I would evaluate it. I don't know what to do after rook b1. because I'm threatening knight b6 and picking it up, but maybe with knight c5 you have some time. Something like this. Oh, he's just gone to d7,
Yes,
so I
first
can't
rook
jump.
b1, yes. Let's try rook b1, then queen a4.
Queen a4 allows knight b6, so you need to play queen b5 maybe.
You mean after queen knight b6 you still have knight c5?
Correct.
Yes, that's the difference. But, oh,
He's gone rook c6.
rook c6.
Brilliant, but what happens if
Yes,
I go b2?
what's happening after? Maybe he wants to play rook b6 or knight b6. No, knight
No,
b6.
knight b6
Then
is
you
the last
take on
weapon, yeah.
c6.
So
queen c6.
what is stopping this is that I have knight e7 check. Rook c6 b2, now you can't do that because it frees up that square. So you can go rook b6, whereupon I take. You take with a pawn, and then I go queen b5. And maybe you don't have a defense because my pawn is as bad as your pawn. Bad isn't good. But you do have bishop b4 somewhere, and then it gets tricky. But I think knight takes d3 is going to work.
Even.
Or maybe even this solves the immediate problem, but knight takes d3 works.
Knight d3, if I... No, I don't have the time to play bishop d6 and b7, so... Okay.
But what is wrong with bishop d6?
Well, I was not sure that I have time for this.
Maybe I can play knight
f4 because I wanted to play b7 and to exchange when the bishop was on b4.
Yeah.
Too much I was talking to myself, I was trying to simplify the position. So your like white's queen is stuck on b1, so I wanted to free it.
Yes. So rook c6. I think Nehal will play b2 fairly quickly. Let's do this slowly and make sure we're not missing anything. I could go queen b1.
Can I go knight here? Yes.
Then I go bishop b4, and I'm threatening to take on b2. King
h7, just a second. Where would you go here?
Might be able to even do rook c7, queen b5. Or I go here.
But there's the same line, but you want a tempo. Does it change something? So if you take, play queen b5.
Well, at least I keep my pawn.
But knight d3
And then queen e2, no?
and queen e2. Okay.
Luckily, I have
Yes.
this nice touch.
Have you seen it before?
No. I mean, I was sort of thinking queen c3, queen c7, but then I noticed that queen e2 is...
No, but this position, like actually we can analyze, of course, the concrete lines, but what probably defines it still is the knight on d5 versus the bishop on g7. So we can try and find an escape for black, but...
So I think queen b1 is important, and after that I don't see how Nehal is escaping. It looks pretty bad. Knight c5 and bishop b4. Bishop b4, and what's the knockout? I don't know. Maybe you just hang in there. You go knight a4 and say, I keep my pawn and you keep your pawn.
So there are a lot of things that happened in the match between the team, the United States and Azerbaijan. The two games were drawn, but it seems that...
Well, this one, Shakhriyar is going to win it. And Timur is much better.
Timur is much better.
So the US is being wiped out, yeah. Especially if the remaining two have drawn, then this is very bad.
Do we have a few results?
I thought there was something happening on the board with Shakhriyar and King H2, and now I can play
Queen
E5 check, King H1 and just E3. Enough.
Oh,
Because if you go King H1, I'll just play E3. If you go check,
you can play King C6.
King C6 and still no checks. And once the pawn comes to E2, it's too far advanced. Yeah. So crushing win for Azerbaijan.
So this opening is paid off.
Yes. And Timur, I think, is just killing this one. It's just totally lost for black.
Maybe he went for a line which was forgotten also, because like nowadays everything is analyzed with the computer, like every position. So his opponent didn't even think that he would enter the line, which was considered to be much worse for black.
Is this as lost as we thought? Should be.
He managed to activate his rook.
On the other hand, if I do this, now there is knight c7, so this is the moment of truth.
And rook e4.
I
You have
think I
knight
don't
d6.
care. I think
Knight
I-
d6.
Oh, as well,
yes,
yes.
of course.
But I mean, I don't care about these pawns as much as rook takes a5. But yes, I think rook a7 is resigns. He's gone rook f6 maybe. Yes, he's gone rook f6.
Can you just protect the pawn and play king e3? Then rook e6, king f3? Or you want to keep your king close to the c3 pawn? Or you just gave...
No, king f3, I don't want to. He just says, no problem. He took. So I take here. And what will you do? Rook a6 on?
Well, we have two different positions on your screen. So the one is the game between Shahryar Mamediyarov and Smoky Niemann, and the other is between Vidit Santosh Gujarati and Radoslav Wojtaszek. So, and Shahryar decided, yes, after queen g3, decided to push his d pawn.
Yeah, no.
You think it's hopeless?
Queen c5 and then d3, and it's just hopeless. Yeah. e3 is winning. So.
And there was a win scored by Netherlands
Against?
France.
Ah,
Well, we missed this match completely. Like it seems that Maxim Vashelagrov is winning, but like we haven't analyzed this for a while. Let's just have a look
yeah.
if it's true or not. Like a little bit up.
Ah, yeah, here we are. Okay, MVL is winning.
From the position, do you remember when we analyzed like if he was forced to play f6 or not? Like he.
Ah, yeah, that's a good moment to do this. Oh, he went rook f d8. He didn't play. So very clever to first include this and then
F6.
he went for this thing. And then got the position we were trying to get before.
And then he's slowly outplayed.
Yes.
Jordan.
And I mean, this should be equal, but he got.
So if Maxim wins, they will simply equalize because the Netherlands are leading 1-0. Because this is rather trivial unless you miss some
Who is
stalemate ideas.
almost against? Oh no, I think Jules has saved it thanks to this trick. Oh, this, here about looks very bad, but then And thanks to this move, white is winning this pawn. In fact, Jules might be slightly better even.
Yes, you only have knight f5.
No, actually no. I'll go here.
Yes.
We'll take this. Then I have this nice maneuver, which is to come here and go here, and that should probably hold it for black. But what the hell? That's
Wait. Can I knight f5 and then rook b7? Check. Okay, this might be a draw after king f6.
Yeah, king f6. But I understand you're trying to get this one, but why should
this is not enough, of course. King f6 is a very precise move.
And Fressine is not better. So Lagarde lost.
So Maxime
result compensates Lagarde, and then we have 2 games which are not losing. So France is probably saved it.
But they're not going to win this match in any case. So that's the only result they can hope for is a draw.
Yes.
Okay. So let's have a look at Chinese are leading against Spain because Dili won against Daniel Yufa. The two games were drawn, and there is 1 game left.
This exchange sack didn't work out as well as we thought. What was the problem? But the king is on g7 rather than being on e7, so suddenly this maneuver works out very badly. And the white king
went to f5 and g5. Of course, it's very important to activate
we
your
did
king.
it with the king on e7, there it worked, but here it didn't. Okay. And how is Jaime Santos? Okay, black has... These arrows don't tell me where something came from. I went b5, knight a3. And of course, if Lu Shanglai does this, it goes rook b6. I mean, black is the only one threatening to win.
And Chinese are
China has won.
Yes, China
is through.
So they would win the second match in a row.
Yes,
they beat the South African team.
Okay, so SL1 and Janik did win against Seto. We haven't really had time to follow this closely.
Let's have a look how the game ended.
That's...
and rook c5, of course.
Brilliant. And Radek... It must be lost, but...
He's creating some chances.
And how's draw? We are good. Wait, what happened?
But I don't know, like the
rook c6, knight c5. He went bishop b4, king h8, and then rook b6.
No, but he didn't push. He didn't push b2. Maybe there is a slight difference.
Yes.
He kept his pawn on b3, of course.
I mean, I could go queen b1, but it would be super sophisticated.
Yeah. Then. It's a different story, so maybe there is this.
Okay, so that was very clever of him. Yes, knight a4, queen a3, b2, and then just exchange this. Checked out. Okay.
So how are they doing in this match? The Ukrainian team
then
won.
We are,
against
if Vidit wins, then
South Africa.
We are winning this one.
Let me have a look if we have. Okay. Here Sindarov won against Tamir Navati, and so they are leading in this match.
Rajabov won. So that's over. Mamadiaro is winning. You're talking of...
yes, I'm talking about
Uzbekistan.
the Uzbekistan against Israel, because both teams needed to win. So I think that this match is looking good.
This was a piece sack, which actually turned out to be a winning one. Yes, okay. So for those of you who... White ended up a pawn down at the end of this combination, but luckily at the end G3 won this piece.
But what happens after Queen e4 here? Why didn't he go for Queen e4, at least to pick up a few pawns? No, I mean, like when G3 happened, he wanted to take on e4 with the rook, but why?
Well, so let's
and
say
then
this.
Yes, Queen h4.
Or rook e8 first, or
rook e8.
But rook e8, the problem is I go rook e2, I can even go knight g2, I think. Sorry, not that ridiculous move, but maybe knight g2 or rook e2, and then queen comes to f2, and the other rook comes to e1.
No, I want to take on h4 just to have a look at this position. Is this so clear?
Okay, so rook f3.
And rook f3, queen g5.
Queen g3.
And queen g3, yes, okay, that's the way. Well, sometimes you might wonder, at least our audience might wonder, but this is a very clear way to neutralize
Maxime beat
this.
Jordan. So, oh no, this is not a draw anymore. After king b4, no, I think black is still okay. Because if you come king b4, I'll go king e2 and I'll undermine your pawns from the other side, and also have knight e5. So.
But you see, like I told you at the beginning of the round, I think Jules is looking for revenge, and he will play till the very last pawn is exchanged.
Some result there.
Yes, let's have a look at... what was this?
Hans Niemann, this is.
Okay, Uzbekistan won. So that was the game that we were looking at. They won 2.5, yes,
and
2.5. India is still tied against
Ilya
Poland.
has held this surprisingly. India is well, the only question is if Vidit wins, there's a G pawn now. So it's not utterly trivial, but I would still have your pawn than my pawn.
Okay, but knight e3, I will take on c4. No, I cannot take on c4 comfortably after king f4.
King f4, is it that easy? Wow.
No.
Wait, now I go rook c8.
And then?
Nothing?
What is it? Rook e6. Rook e6 is actually much better, maybe, because you will have rook f6 then. Okay.
Yes, but knight c7.
Oh, yes. Okay, rook e6, knight c7, rook f6, king g5.
Only move to avoid mate.
Then what can I do? Can I play rook f3 and then you will take the pawn and I will take... wait, so that's exactly what happened on the board. So I'll keep my c pawn.
Can I go king h4 and try a bit more, or is this getting... No, it's getting ridiculous.
No, like you should take on a6, I'll take on g3. That's...
Yeah.
And what is the
but
score
listen,
in
couldn't
the
you
match?
have gone king h4? Probably I'm just going to end up getting mated.
Okay, let's follow this game in the real time. I think that's the last game of the
But
tournament.
if this is a draw, then we drew the match.
Yes.
We did not win it. Oh, okay.
We, you mean India? you have to.
Did you feel included in my statement? No, I'm sorry, slip of the tongue.
It's like, no, but so it happens to me all the time. And when I follow matches which are played by the French team, like I
Visit has actually blundered his knight, but after knight e6, king c4, it's a draw.
And it's going to be a draw.
Why didn't Radek do knight e6? He went for an even. He said, if you take, I'll take it like this. I think they're having too much fun.
But yes, but it feels, you feel the frustration because they missed a few chances in the first round and they're going to draw this much. So. Might be disappointing for the Indian team, of course. What is happening? They're seriously playing this position.
With a 30-second deficit. I mean, this is really something. What is going on? If I go rook d8?
So he's playing out of spite. Once
Radek
again.
has given him one last hope. Knight f4 check.
Take it. Okay. So the last game of this round.
I think with its expression, for those of you who can see it,
Yes,
more or less is the story.
of course. We will have the results prepared for you shortly, but India
Drew both its games.
drew both of the match. We have one game left because I haven't seen it.
Mossad or?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a draw.
No, but I think there is a game between.
Laurent.
No,
Laurent is now winning.
No, Lu Shanglei, in the. I was talking about the group, so of course the second group is over, but we have a few games left.
Wait, Laurent won? So France won or what?
No, because they were.
France won. MBL won, Lagarde lost, Laurent won.
And?
Laurent was not winning at all.
Yes.
But then he won.
But how did it happen?
Well, I think his opponent pushed.
Over-pushed.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good moment to take a draw, and then suddenly. So it would still be a good moment to take a draw, and he went nuts.
Mm-hmm.
He had no checks, and that was it. So France won.
Yes, and now you had the expression on Laurent's face. He just couldn't believe it happened.
Yeah.
It was very important, of course, for the French team to bounce back after their loss against Ukraine, but it will not be easy for Netherlands to come back after such dramatic loss, I would say. They were not in any danger in this in this match.
Yeah.
And we have
quite a
who's
dramatic
winning
round,
this,
yeah.
I think. No, that was the game I was talking about. We still have.
It was academic in a sense, but yes, if he's winning it, then it's even a huge loss for Spain. But is he winning it? If I go knight g4, what happens? You'll go knight e4 check.
E4?
I'll just show it. If you go knight g4, then I go here with check.
And knight f2.
And knight f2 check, and that clinches it. So I wanted to say knight f6, but then I realized there's a cleverer way.
And yes, we have this relation on the board, but he played king h4.
But f2?
Yes, then.
And then knight h2.
Yes.
Okay.
He wants to.
But it's a win anyway. Hang on, he's gone king h4. I play f2. You go knight here, and I go knight here, and it's handshake time.
Knight f3, of course.
Yes.
King h3, knight f3.
And knight f3, and then you can't stop the pawn queenie. Yes, that is what is happening.
But okay, kudos to Jaime because he is trying to find at least some chances. It's very important to keep on fighting and to find all the defensive resources that we have. Okay, king g3.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is a very easy win, and the Spanish player resigns. So this concludes, I think, the second round of this event because we have the group. This is the group A, yes, and the group B finished like a few minutes earlier. We will have the results in front of you in a few moments. So what happened? China beat Spain. They won both matches. France bounced back. They won their match against Netherlands, and Ukraine won once again, so against South Africa. So let's have a look. Mm-hmm. And Chinese players were very impressive today.
Yes.
So
very dominant opponents.
they're leading with Ukraine, but we'll get back to the standings in a few moments. So let's have a look at the Pool B. We would like to remind you, of course, that 4 teams will qualify in each group for the final stage of this event. Israel lost to Uzbekistan, United States lost quite heavily
To
Azerbaijan, and this is
It's incorrect.
yes, it's
India,
incorrect.
Poland
India
is
drew,
2-2, yeah.
yes, of course, against Poland. And we will get back to you with the standings. So we should. This was the first day. What are your feelings?
I
What are
think
your
China and
impressions?
Ukraine are looking the dominant teams. And what is it, China, and then in Pool A, what is it, Spain?
No, you have Ukraine and China, and then you have Spain. They won one match. France also won one match because yes, exactly, because we haven't talked about this at the beginning, because for winning a match you get 2 points.
Yes.
If you draw, you get 1 point, and if you lose a match, of course, we have 0 points. So that's encourages, of course, the teams to win their matches and to have more match points. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about tie breaks, because even though there will be a tie after the qualifying stage, there will be no tie breaks to decide which team is going to advance, and they will use a very interesting tie break system, because I was thinking about it, because I've never seen it before. Of course, you will have the game points, match points, then the game points with the Sonneborn Berger. But if everything is tied, then you will attribute the qualification this way. So you get 4 points for the win on the first board, 3 points on the win on the second board.
So they give a weighted average for the
yes,
higher
and,
boards.
yes, and this is a very interesting way of qualifying the team. So yes, let's have a look at the Pool B. Who is leading? Azerbaijan is in a clear first. They won both matches. Then we have a tie between Poland, Uzbekistan, and the United States of America. That's a mistake, because India drew Poland, so that's there is a slight mistake in the
They will
standings.
have to correct that at some
we'll have
point.
to correct this, and yes, because
Visit is feeling bad enough without losing the
yes,
so,
India has
yeah.
2 points and Poland has 1 point. So Poland shares the last place with Israel in this group, and maybe we have a pairings for tomorrow, at least for the third round. I have them on chess results. Do we have them? No, we don't have them. So team pairings of all rounds. So tomorrow Poland will play against Israel, Azerbaijan against India, and Uzbekistan against United States. And in the Group A, so what will be the first clash? France doesn't have an easy start. Okay, there is no easy
That's right.
match in this tournament. France plays against Spain, South Africa is pitted against Netherlands, and China
Against Ukraine.
will
So
play
that's the
against
heavy
Ukraine.
match.
That's the heavyweight match.
Probably deciding the favorite in that group, and that's it. The winner in that group.
So thank you very much for watching. So we will be here at the same time tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so, do you know a few words in Hebrew?
No, I don't know.
Let's say litrot.
I know how to say happy birthday in Hebrew, but I don't think this is appropriate for that.
Well,
let's move on.
Goodbye. Yes, that's all,
Bye.
folks. Of course, and see you tomorrow.